to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May we have roll call?
Yes. Jason Decker.
Here.
Mary Lee Hall.
Here.
Samantha Hall.
Here.
William Hall.
Here.
Jeremy Hash.
Here.
Jennifer Henkel.
Here.
Nathan Henkel.
Here.
Lisa Stoller.
Here.
Joseph Wilson.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to item 2, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries. Moving on to item 3, minutes approval. I'll entertain a motion to approve the April 16th, 2026 minutes.
So moved.
Second. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries. Which brings us to 4.01, we have our student representative report.
Thank you. Last time I'll have to say that for me.
Makes us sad.
Yeah, I know. Bittersweet. That's what I've been.
Who won the
saying.
election?
So, there's not really a clear answer at the moment.
Are they counting
Florida
chads?
recount.
There was
Hanging
one person who's actually here. He ran uncontested, but there's PSBA things and there's an application that he needs to fill out. But likely, I'll introduce him. Logan Trimble, one of my closest friends,
Logan.
is most likely to be joining you next year. Nothing confirmed yet.
It's coming.
So, yeah, hopefully. I have a couple of dates for you guys and then a couple of notes. The Red Cross held a blood drive, and we raised 33 units of blood, which, to my understanding, is a lot of blood. I know very little about that kind of thing. And I want to give a special thank you to Mr. Petit and Mrs. Landis, for all of their help with that. Then a note about, I think it was last week, on Wednesday, we had the Foundation Scholarship Night. I'm sure you guys will hear a little bit more about that later. But one standout was Nicholas Torgrosa and his roughly $200,000 Navy ROTC scholarship.
Wow.
He's attending Duquesne University through their ROTC program. Another good friend of mine. He's very, very deserving of that. He's a great guy. He's his pilot's license and he's going to do naval aviation. So, great guy. Then another note is I was fortunate enough to attend the ceremonial session of the PA Senate in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. A special thank you to Kristen Phillips Hill and her staff, as well as America 250 PA for putting on an amazing event. It was a beautiful building. There's the Navy, I think it was the Army Field Brass Band. It was a great performance from them. So I was very honored to represent the 28th Senatorial District. Very unique experience. I think that was the 4th time in history that they've had a Senate session outside of Senate chambers. So I was very, very grateful for that opportunity. It was great. Then just last week we had our last AP exams. So we'll get scores in early July. Fingers crossed for some 5s all around. Then May 25th will be Memorial Day, and we'll have off school for that. And then senior sunset at 8 p.m. on the 26th. Then the 27th is the day where we all walk through the hallways as graduates. It'll be really sad, probably going to cry. Then the 29th is our last day of school. We have early dismissal that day, and then graduation at 7 p.m. that same day. Fingers crossed for some good weather. Don't check the forecast too much. And then another special thank you to the retirees from all over the district. I know Ms. McGee is here. I'm sure there's a few others. Just a special thank you for all your service to the district, all the retirees. And this is the kind of sappy part of my report where I talk about all of my good that I've seen here, all the good that I've done here. I'm really, really thankful to all of the board directors and to admin, to Mr. Shervington for convincing me to take this position. Initially, I had ran for student council president and then lost that election. And one day I got called into the counseling office. He goes, "I think you should take this position." And I was a little bit skeptical. And I talked it over with Mr. Warren and with Caroline Dumm, my predecessor. And I have no regrets about taking this job. I think it's a great way to give back to the community, to the school district. I'm going to be a little bit sad to leave it, but you guys will be in good hands with Logan, hopefully, once he gets confirmed and everything. But really, again, just thank all of you for such an amazing experience. So,
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good luck at George Washington University to you.
LaSalle.
Oh, is it LaSalle?
LaSalle.
Oh,
Yep.
excuse me.
Yep.
I thought it was George Washington.
Some changes.
Is it? Was that recent?
A few weeks ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
So I'll be very excited to go there.
That's good.
All right, next we have item 5.01, National Merit Scholar Finalist Awards, presented by Dr. James Turner.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to share recognition to two of our outstanding warriors at the high school for earning National Merit Scholar Finalist Awards. You may ask yourself, what is a National Merit Scholarship Award? Well, I Googled it. National Merit Finalist is an academically outstanding high school senior who advances from the semifinalist stage in the National Merit Scholarship Program. When you take the PSAT, SAT, it puts you into this pool of students. Of the nearly 1.5 million entrants, roughly 16,000 become semifinalists, and about 15,000 ultimately achieve finalist status to compete for scholarships. It's awesome to be able to share with you that two of our seniors at Susquehanna qualified for that position, so that's pretty outstanding. About half of those 15,000 go on to compete for scholarships, and Jacob, that's with us this evening, did earn scholarship monies from this, so even more elite. What does it do for you? I asked Google that one too. Being named a finalist opens up major advantages in the college admissions process, and it really celebrates academic accomplishments of our students. We feel fortunate to have two scholars reaching this distinction at Susquehannock, but just as importantly, we are proud of them, these young men, for not just their being super bright, but also genuinely nice guys who are involved in a lot of great activities at school as well. So Eli was unable to be here this evening. We're going to give them resolutions signed by the board that indicate the following. Whereas Jacob Iwanowitz and Eli Allison met or exceeded all requirements set forth by the National Merit Scholarship Awards Program, it is resolved that the Board of Education, on behalf of the Southern York County School District, adds its recognition, gratitude, and admiration for the way in which Eli and Jacob have represented Susquehannock High School. Their dedication, leadership, and success as a student will serve as a role model for others. So join me in congratulating at this point Jacob, who was able to be here this evening, and Eli Allison, who was not able to be here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. This one from here, or head up to the podium? Okay. All right. All right. Caleb got his chance to thank us. Now it's our chance to thank him. So I have the following resolution of commendation from the Southern York County School District School Board. Whereas Caleb Ross has faithfully and with distinction served in the role of student board representative for 2 consecutive years, And whereas Caleb has positively represented Susquehannock High School and the Southern York County School District in leadership roles throughout his educational journey, and whereas Caleb has been a valued member of the Susquehannock High School Orchestra, and whereas Caleb has been deeply involved in high school athletics, including varsity cross country and varsity track, and whereas Caleb has represented an essential member of Susquehannock High School Student Council and Warrior Council, and whereas Caleb participated in the Senator for a Day program at the state capitol, writing a heralded essay in conjunction with a proposed bill in support of high school juniors and seniors having the opportunity to vote during school board elections, and whereas Caleb has extensively supported and served various organizations and events throughout the community, it is resolved that the Board of Education, as well as the Southern York County School District, adds its recognition, gratitude, and admiration for the way in which Caleb Ross has represented Susquehannock High School. His dedication, leadership, and exceptional success as a student representative and member of the Southern family overall will serve as a role model for others. Given this day in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on the 21st day of May, 2026. All right. Moving on to 5.03, retirees presented by Board President me and Superintendent Dr. Robert Bison and other administrators. All right. Come back up.
We're going to first just say something overall. This is kind of one of my favorite moments throughout the school year, and that's recognizing the people that we are standing side by side with and working on a daily basis to support the students throughout the district. And these folks are not only teachers or administrators, but all of our staff throughout the district. And it takes a whole lot of them to be successful and to be successful over the long term. So we're going to start off this evening, I believe, with Dr. Bell presenting to one of her retirees.
Good evening. It is an absolute privilege to stand before you tonight to recognize and thank Mrs. Melissa Basner for 30 years of service to the Southern York County School District. Melissa began her career teaching 7th grade English at Southern Middle School on February 12, 1996. She has dedicated her life to guiding, inspiring, and shaping the minds of 7th and 8th grade students over those 3 decades. After earning her bachelor's degree and teaching certification from Messiah College, she went on to complete her master's degree at Penn State University. But her pursuit of excellence didn't stop there. Throughout her tenure, she has sought out professional development and shared her expertise with others through countless workshops and conferences, including representing our district at the Bureau of Education and Research, the Mid-Atlantic Interdisciplinary Conference, and International Society for Technology and Education conferences. Melissa has led sessions for incorporating technology in the classroom at the district's Southern Academy, served as a mentor for new teachers in the York County Teacher Induction Program, and wrote countless English curriculums. Furthermore, Melissa served in many roles to provide opportunities to students beyond the classroom, such as serving as the Southern Middle School 7th grade advisor, where she planned and chaperoned field trips, coordinating the school spelling bee, was involved with the Southern Movie Project, wrote grants for technology, and even had her students write letters to Bill Gates to assist with funding technology needs. Most recently, she served on the nearly winning 2026 Southern Middle School Battle of the Buildings team, where she had quite the student fan club. In Melissa's free time, she enjoys spending time with her family, going to the beach, and traveling to Jamaica. She is an avid reader, has a love for theater, and enjoys learning about Greek mythology. Melissa, on behalf of the administration, the staff, and the entire Southern York County School District community, we thank you for 30 years of selfless service and for sharing your love of learning with thousands of students. We wish you a relaxing and much-deserved retirement. Thank you, Melissa.
So I have a special one this evening. I'm not going to save Mrs. Green for last. I'm going to go now. And I had a speech all written, I can't find it. I know that's shocking for those that work with me on a daily basis. Look, she snaps her finger. You might have been better off with the written speech. After 19 years of service to the district and the community, including the Educational Foundation, there's no one more deserving for this recognition than Sue. We've worked together for 19 years. I know I have been in many positions over those 19 years. Sue came to us 19 years ago as business manager and is finishing her career as CFO of the school district and current executive director, which she's also turning over but remaining a board member into next year to help with our transition. And what I would say about Sue is while our dialogue at times did not always agree with one another behind those closed doors, it was very fruitful and meaningful conversations. And Sue is one person that is willing to go into the superintendent's office and challenge an idea or a notion and do it from the perspective of a parent, a staff member, as well as administrator or board member. And I will forever be grateful for those conversations and those perspectives that Sue would always share with me. And while we didn't agree, I think we ultimately always came out with a better solution and a better plan than if it was just I or Len that were left to the decision-making. And for that, you have made this district a better place for our staff and students, and you leave a legacy of policies and procedures, but also a kind, warm heart, regardless of the difficulty of the situation. So, Susan?
I hate attention.
You were crying, it was a success.
I really don't want to get a picture.
Yeah, we can slide. And for the next one, Mr. Buffington, come up.
Good evening. I'd like to recognize Keith McFatridge. Keith was our third shift custodial leader at the high school since March of 2022. Although he hasn't been here many years with us, he certainly made an impact. He was at a neighboring district for approximately 20 years before coming here. When I think of Keith, I think of service. He served two districts for 25 years. He also was a volunteer fireman and fire policeman for 48 years. He enjoys spending time with his family, especially his granddaughter. And if you go out in the evening, you may find him at the local crab shack now, working at the local crab shack. So if that's not service to our community, I don't know what is. So I'd just like to say thank you to Keith for, the last few years of his career in education, and certainly served us well.
This time I'll call Dr. Sterner from the high school up.
It's my privilege to recognize Patricia, I've never called her that, Patty McGee, a longtime staple in our district. I was not surprised to find she joined the district back in September of 2004. I'm gonna give her professional credentials first because it's pretty incredible. Professionally, Mrs. McGee served as a paraprofessional. If you're not familiar with what that role is, it's the jack of all trades and the friend of all students. She worked in the following places, and this took some research. Shrewsbury Elementary, she worked in autistic support, she worked in alternative education program, she worked with extended school year, she supported life skills, study halls, and our district's digital academy. She even, in a pinch, and it just speaks to the character that she has, sat in our counseling office to lend support when we were down a clerical person. As a leader, and she definitely is one, she served as president of the district's educational support staff professionals and was very loyal to that role and her support of her colleagues. Beyond this role, and where so many of us know Patty's true strength, is being a dedicated member of our community. It shined way back before 2004 when she initially started unpaid in our district as a parent volunteer before joining the paraprofessional ranks. Patty's also a very recognizable person at our sporting events, where her face and her voice shows up at so many competitions. Far beyond her role, she is the most dedicated of mothers to two wonderfully successful Warrior grads. We wish Patty all the best in her next chapter, but know that she's such a fixture of our community. We'll certainly see her around, and we look forward to that. Patty, congratulations.
I have a lacrosse game to get to.
There you go.
James, you have your others?
You can see it.
Bill and
Yep.
Hi, Ms. McGee.
Bye.
Go Warriors.
Also this evening, unable to be here, but I would like to recognize Mr. William, never called him that, Bill Kerr. Bill Kerr joined the Susquehannock family in the 2010-2011 school year after teaching in other nearby schools. At SHS, in addition to teaching social studies, Mr. Kerr served in numerous roles within our Warrior football program. Kind of like Patty's various roles in paraprofessional, I think he hit nearly everything in the football program. And he even, much like Patty's filling in at the counseling office, he served a stint as interim assistant softball coach. More recently, he's generously shared his evenings supporting our athletics department as assistant athletic director in addition to his teaching responsibilities. Aside from his many and varied roles in education, Bill is dedicated to his family. Although we miss him joining us this evening, he's unable to be here as he's supporting a family responsibility. Bill and his wife Tracy proudly raised 3 outstanding warriors that are finding success and growing families in warmer climates. As Bill transitions from his teaching and athletic roles, he will not hesitate to take on the full-time role of grandfather. If you've ever seen him talk about his grandchildren, you know his family is his greatest priority. We certainly wish Bill a relaxing retirement and much time to spend with his loved ones. Thanks, Bill.
Next up, I'll call Dr. Hollinger.
Good evening. Tonight, I want to take just a moment to celebrate and honor Tammy Heath. She joined our Southern Elementary School family in September of 2023 as a full-time personal care assistant, where she worked very closely with a particular student. In this role, she truly exemplified what it means to be an educator and a caretaker. What really set Tammy apart was her heart. She was noteworthy at establishing meaningful, trusting relationships with parents, always with respect. She possessed an incredible intuition, finding the perfect, delicate balance between providing support and encouraging independence. Because of this, she directly and positively impacted her students' families' confidence in the services provided by our district. From providing effective student accommodations to simply being a steady, reassuring presence, Tammy excelled. Although we miss Tammy joining us tonight for this recognition, we are incredibly happy for the reasons she's unable to be here. As we speak, she is enjoying and celebrating at her grandchild's graduation ceremony. So please join me in appreciating Tammy for her dedication, warmth, and service to our district. We wish her the absolute best in her well-deserved retirement.
Next up, representing Shrewsbury Elementary, Dr. Van Voorst.
Okay, good evening, everybody. We have 3 great retirees to celebrate tonight from Shrewsbury. They can't be with us tonight, but I just want to share some great things about them. First, we have Marie Berman, our school nurse. Marie has dedicated her career to caring for others through both healthcare and education. As a registered nurse with advanced degrees in nursing and health education, she earned the title of school nurse in 2013 and later joined the district in September of 2020, bringing with her a wealth of experience from public service and another school district. For Marie, being a school nurse really has been work from the heart. She has shared her compassion, support, and dedication not only with Shrewsbury, but throughout the entire district. Her commitment to the well-being of students and staff alike has made an impact that will be remembered long after her retirement. Given Marie's love for the outdoor activities such as camping and bicycling, I'm sure she'll spend a lot of time outdoors during her retirement. We'll miss you, Marie, and thank you for all you've done for Shrewsbury and the Southern York County School District. All the best in retirement. Next, Next we have Nina Kenny, one of our learning support teachers. For more than 30 years, Nina has made a difference in the lives of students throughout our district. Appointed on August 20th, 2001, she brought a strong educational foundation, including a graduate degree from York College, a special education certificate from Millersville, and a master's degree from Penn State. Her connection to education began early with student teaching over at Southern Elementary School and gaining experience at York City School District before coming back to join Southern as a learning support teacher. During the 2004-2005 school year, she transferred to Shrewsbury Elementary School, where she would finish out her career serving students in grades 4 through 6 with compassion, patience, and dedication. Nina continually sought opportunities for professional growth through the Bureau of Education and Research and Wilson Language Training. She also served as our 5th and 6th grade Envirothon coach and mentored fellow educators in the York County Teacher Induction Program. One of the best things Nina has done actually has happened outside the classroom. Each year, for as long as I can remember, she's organized a Cancer Crushing 5K event for multiple years to raise money for cancer research. I'm sure she'll continue that in her retirement, but also spend more time in what she loves doing, running, biking, and spending time with her family. Although she can't be with us here tonight for her recognition, we're really happy for the reason she can't be here. She, right now, is enjoying her daughter's rehearsal dinner prior to her wedding tomorrow. So Nina, thank you for all of your dedication to Shrewsbury Elementary School and the Southern York County School District. And last but certainly not least is Barb Kroner, one of our instructional assistants over at Shrewsbury. Since her appointment on August 21st, 2008, Barb has brought joy, compassion, and support to the students and staff of Shrewsbury. Known for her happy, patient, and considerate nature, she is approached each day with positivity, high energy, and a genuine love for helping others. As an instructional assistant, she possessed a special talent for interacting with students and in an encouraging way, truly adding a spark to the Shrewsbury community and serving as a wonderful role model for both students and staff. Barb continually sought new ways to grow and serve others more effectively by embracing every opportunity for professional development and often requested it on her own to support her students. Her dedication extended far beyond the classroom walls. She served as Shrewsbury's unofficial building photographer. Many of you who were at Shrewsbury probably had your picture taken by Barb. She organized our annual Shrewsbury staff dance video, even got Dr. Reppert to dance last year in it. See how that went. Played music at parent drop-off to welcome the students, and ensured students had a caring adult to support them during recess. Barb has made a lasting impact on Shrewsbury. Her kindness, energy, and heart will be deeply missed and fondly remembered for years to come. In retirement, Barb's looking forward to spending time with her family and her grandkids. Barb, thank you for all your dedication to Shrewsbury Elementary School and the Southern York County School District.
One last thank you to 143 years worth of service to the district. One last round of applause to all of our
All right. Item 5.04, we're going to have a cursive writing presentation by Dr. Kim Hughes and Dr. Stephanie Weinmiller.
So we wanted to start this evening. I want to thank Dr. Weinmiller for being here this evening. I'm going to have her do a lot of the presentation this evening because one of the things that we want to really celebrate is the fact that whenever we do any kind of approval for a writing or a math or a science program, we always look at collaboration across our grades, across our schools. Dr. Weinmiller was one of the leaders on our cursive writing initiative, and along with many teachers, we had teacher representations from grades kindergarten through 6th grade. I want to thank those teachers. They did a lot of behind the scenes looking at different programs and helping us to evaluate them. So we will talk to you this evening about our cursive writing and how we got to the final decision with the program that we would ask tonight for approval.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hughes. All right, so like Dr. Hughes mentioned, we are here tonight seeking approval of a curriculum program that would provide quality cursive instruction from kindergarten through grade 6. And we will briefly highlight the vetting process through the committee that Dr. Hughes mentioned, share our cost analysis, provide you with the final recommendation, and including what components come with that program and the professional development. So the vetting process began with our elementary reading specialists, and they started by researching what cursive programs were available and having those samples sent to all of our schools. And really our reading specialists got that ball started with looking at 8 different cursive programs. And their initial vetting of those programs, they were really looking for alignment with our current foundational literacy programs, and they were looking for programs that met all of the recommendations within Act 2 of 2026. And that was, of course, House Bill 17, which was the legislation requiring all elementary, private and public schools to have handwriting programs in grades K through 6. So our committee of reading specialists took 8 programs and they narrowed them down to 3 programs, again, based on alignment with our 95 reading programs and meeting legislative requirements. And the 3 programs that they felt like met those 2 initial requirements were Handwriting Without Tears, Real OT Works, and Zahner-Blosser. And those 3 programs then were taken to a larger committee of approximately 20 staff members that was led by Dr. Hughes. Our reading specialists, again, were a part of that process. Teachers from all 3 elementary schools and all 7 grades, K to 6. Our special education instructional advisor, elementary administrators, and our occupational therapists in the district were not a part of the committee, but we did take our recommendations to them for their expert feedback. So if you take a look here at the table being displayed, you can see the items that this committee was looking at as they reviewed those 3 finalist programs. We were looking at grade level, a deeper look at our alignment with our 95 programs, practice opportunities, assessment, and just a few things worth noting with each program. Zahner-Blosser was the only one that offered consistency in kindergarten through 6th grade. And our committee also found that the instructional philosophy within Zahner-Blosser was a very tight match with the instructional philosophy and routines within our 95 reading programs. So that's very advantageous for our students because then they're not spending a lot of cognitive energy learning the program per se because they're already used to some of those routines. Zahner-Blosser also, the curriculum and program includes daily handwriting instruction and practice, and the cursive itself is very classic and traditional. A few things worth noting with Handwriting Without Tears. It does stop at 5th grade, and in further review of that program, we found that it actually did not include joint italics, which is one of the requirements of the legislation. It also prioritized practice opportunities that were non-traditional, so rather than having pencil paper handwriting practice opportunities, it really emphasized writing in sand or tracing letters on sandpaper or using clay to make letters. And because of some of those practice opportunities, the cursive was not traditional and it was simplified. And it wasn't the cursive that you and I would recognize or that we would have learned in school. And then finally, Real OT Works. Further evaluation of that program, we realized that it's not intended to be taught daily and it would not span a full academic year. So it's not something that we could put into our writing program and that students could practice for the full year. It really serves better as an intervention, and it really doesn't come with assessment pieces or a lot of practice opportunities. So based on the reasons that I shared, we had a unanimous selection of the Zahner-Blosser from the 20 staff members that were a part of that committee. So those 20 staff members then took those sample products and they went back to their grade level colleagues in their buildings and their department colleagues within special ed. And they shared what was going to be our recommendation tonight, really to make sure that we had buy-in from all staff, since all teachers K to 6 will be responsible for implementing this program. And just to make sure that there weren't any reservations or maybe red flags that the members of the committee overlooked or didn't see. And that process resulted in full support of our elementary staff. So at the same time that our committee was evaluating the programs, Dr. Hughes was behind the scenes working on cost and getting quotes from those companies and negotiating shipping and trying to get repeat customer discounts. And you can see the cost span from those initial 8 programs ranged anywhere from about $10,000 to $72,000. The 3 programs that our full committee looked at, the range of those programs was about $25,000 to that $72,000. And our recommended program, the Zahner-Bloser, year 1 is just under $39,000. And following year 1, it will be a recurring cost of just under $21,000. And in looking at programs, we certainly want the best quality program for our students, but it's also priority that we are balancing that with fiscal responsibility. So in terms of cost analysis, the team, again led by Dr. Hughes, felt like Zahner-Bloser was a good fit for cost also. So that cost that I shared includes the program's components that are listed above. The first column there are the items that make year 1 more expensive, because they're the items that the teachers and some of the students will use year after year. They're the teacher manuals, the posters that get hung up in the classroom, the alphabet cards with those instructional routines. And the items on the right that are in red, they're consumable, and they would need purchased each year, which is where we get that recurring cost of about $21,000. And that includes the student edition for the practice books in grades K through 6, handwriting journals, and alphabet desk strips. And then also included in that first year cost, which increases that first year, is the professional development. And it's a 2-pronged approach. There's an in-person interactive session, and that session really covers how to write in cursive, how to deliver effective cursive instruction. It will teach staff members the stages of writing development, and it also explores research and shares the academic and cognitive benefits of cursive handwriting. And the second piece is their on-demand webinars that assist with program implementation. And they could be used in year 1, but then also if a teacher is moving grade levels, they can then be reviewed to see how the program is different maybe in grade 4 than grade 2. And we would always have them available for our use. So our recommendation is we are here this evening seeking approval of Zahner-Bloser handwriting program next school year in the amount of $38,000 to provide that cursive handwriting instruction with then just under $21,000 in the subsequent years.
Part of this is also one of the things that with the negotiation with the company, Zahner-Bloser, they are known for handwriting. They've gone back many generations with understanding handwriting and all of those pieces. They have a fixed cost for their actual journals, so they don't actually do like this school gets it for this price and this school they have one fixed cost. But we were able to, they said we will send, especially with the first year, because there's so many other pieces that come with this, they are completely taking off any shipping that would be included with that. So that was a cost savings piece there. We're also talking with our teachers to see, are all of the components of the program needed for that reoccurring? So the reoccurring cost of the $21,000 right now, that would be in case we need everything reordered for those consumables. If we see no, we might just need it for grades K through 3. The other piece to this is because it is a writing program, as Dr. Miller was explaining, some of the other programs we saw had things were written in sand or clay. In other programs, this one truly does have the paper pencil writing components to it. It has these journals. So we really want to evaluate the cost effectiveness Along with it comes, though, only for teachers. Everything in there is able to be downloaded and printed. So if we see that there's a certain grade level that we're able to use different pieces with, and we want to start implementing our own handwriting for essays and those types of things, we can down the road continue to look at that and do cost analysis as we're going through. The other piece to this is that as we're moving forward and we're looking at this program, we want to make sure, we were very excited to find out from the company that most of the other ones had professional development that was just about, like, this is how you write for this program. This really went back to the why behind it and teaching the research behind why cursive writing is important and how it helps our students take things into long-term memory. So we're looking at this as being not just a new program, but really developing an understanding of, as Dr. Miller was talking about, the writing practices and how this affects our kids and how it will help them in the future.
For the professional development, since it's for 2026, 2027, when would that happen, and how long do they think it's going to take to get teachers who don't know this up to speed?
So one of the things we're working with the company right now, they're kind of on standby. They know that the board meeting's tonight. We're looking at trying to have that within the first 3 days of school for all of our teachers. That way we can have everyone included in this. It would be everyone from all of the buildings coming together and having this in a one-day training. Then the next piece of this is a 2-hour online that's kind of, they do an initial training and then we can continue those online pieces. The nice thing with this is that some of them are recorded. So we will have everyone trained. We'll be able to pull these for new teachers coming in the future and continuing to do that training. I have to say that I'm also very excited. Our reading specialists have really taken a really hard look at this, and we're very excited in that they will be able to continue to help train as we go forward as well. So it's almost becoming that train the trainer, and we continue to move this forward.
What happens to grades 7 through 12?
We're looking right now at implementing one of the things that we actually asked about this program. So we were concerned if we have students in 3rd grade and 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, they haven't had it from kindergarten. So let me start with them and moving forward because we have to have a long range trajectory.
Right.
So 3rd grade is really the area that we're thinking, okay, if students in 4th grade, the company has worked with so many different districts that they're able to say, okay, in 4th grade, don't buy a different grade level workbook. Buy the 4th grade, but we'll tell you what pieces you need to pull from the other programs to get you caught up. And they have that outline, that projection for 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. Then when you hit 7th and 8th grade, we're looking at and working with Dr. Bell and Dr. Sterner on how do we continue to move this forward? What types of note-taking strategies and those types of things can we use and implement that it's not teaching cursive writing, it's teaching a skill that they're going to need to help them, whether it's in work or college. So we're looking at those components right now of making it authentic. So we're not trying to teach just a cursive process. We're actually teaching them how to use a skill that's tied with cursive.
Since this is new, different than what we had been doing, what would you tell parents? Like, obviously, different grades are going to do it differently and spend more and less time on it. But on the typical day, these exercises, how long would they take in each class?
It's about 15 minutes in kindergarten through 6th grade. They asked to allot about 16 minutes, and their recommendation is to embed that within the writing block, so either before or after the writing instruction.
When you did your presentation, I absolutely see why you recommended the one over the other two. I mean, it meets every metric it seems like a no-brainer there. I absolutely love that the one that you chose has the daily applications, because anything else seems like it's just exposure learning. You really did make it a part of the core curriculum, which I think is actually even above and beyond what the law requires. So well done, guys. That's phenomenal.
Thanks.
Yeah, I really appreciate hearing about the upper grades, because a lot of our students didn't have this earlier on. Getting them some, again, if it's through like Cornell Notes teaching or something like that, where they can bind it with a skill that they can use forever, is huge. So I really appreciate the time on this.
It was a great presentation. Thanks for joining in, Dr. Weinmiller.
Yeah, thank you.
I have one more question. So the 21,000 for subsequent years, is that attached to a term or is that just year 2?
It's 21,000, and then depending on, we don't have like a long-term contract. You have to pay ahead if you're going to do that. And what we were kind of sitting and going back and forth with is until we really have a year to get this down under our belt and really see the implementation and what exactly we're going to need, we'd rather make that decision next year if we want to go into a long-term contract, so that we're able to see, like, we need everything, or really we need the journals for K through 2, and then we need these pieces that we can print. So it's really trying to figure out and see what cost effectively, but what's best for our kids.
You said that the price is the same for every district for the product?
Yes.
So they could probably tell you, over the last 10 years, here's what our price increases have looked like to the market, right?
I believe, and if I remember correctly, please do not hold me on this, but I think that it's been like, over the last 3 or 4 years, it's been like a 3%. So.
Per annum or total?
Total, from what I understand. Now, I know that there's also cost things going in. The market fluctuates, and paper and sourcing and all that kind of stuff. So, but.
So next year, we could be looking at a longer-term contract that locks in a price, is that correct?
That would, yes.
Okay.
I have just a follow-up question to what Mr. Hall asked. So how would you, if you were looking at a long-term contract, if you were looking to do that, how would you determine if this was successful? What's the metric that you're looking at, or the rubric, I guess? What if I'm a parent, what would I notice different in my children?
I think as a parent, the first thing that you would notice would be student work coming home that they're utilizing Cursive, and seeing some of those practice sheets that are coming home. And students get really excited about Cursive. Just teachers talking about implementation within PLCs and what next year would look like. Students overheard some of that talk and they're very excited. So I think the excitement will be coming home, the practice opportunities, and I think through our lens in terms of evaluation, Zaner Bloser includes pre and post assessments that we would be utilizing that even fall within that daily 15-minute window.
I love hearing that the students are excited about it.
Yes, yeah.
Have we, and probably the answer is not yet, but it might be good to look at, would they also be excited if some of the reading was in Cursive? If they're excited about Cursive, then applying this to, okay, now I understand how to write it. Now because I can write it, I can read it as well. Maybe I'm going to read this Cursive, this document that's in Cursive. Obviously, it has to be appropriate to their age. So some of the old documents we have might be a little advanced for them, but we might be able to find something like that.
It's interesting. Mr. Hash brought up about those upper grade levels. We actually currently are integrating it, because when you look at the historical documents, especially in our social studies classrooms, we really do have a lot of historical documents that are integrated into those upper social studies classrooms. So it's something that we've been, they see the Declaration of Independence, they see these pieces in those written scripts. So now they're learning not only how to read them, but also the purposes behind them. It's also, it's been interesting as an administrative staff for us all to start looking at even our own note-taking habits. We were talking about the other day, I'm like, I do a join. I do print and script when I'm taking notes. But it becomes, that's the piece that we're looking for our upper students in. How can this help them and help them with memory? Ms. Hall, one of the things that I think we need to get more information during the training, while we have the pre and the post assessments, we also want to get some of the research behind, like what should we be looking for and working with the company. And that's been one of the great things of working with this company. They have been wonderful to be able to contact and immediately get back to us and kind of support and, talk to us about the different pieces. So that'll be, I think we'll be able to get a better understanding of additional pieces besides the pre and post once we have that initial training.
Quick question, like, how many districts have used this tool before us?
The Zahner Bloser?
Yes.
Okay. I have the information, but I'm going to have to go look because I don't have the number.
I'm just a ballpark.
It's very widely used. Zahner Bloser is like when we were talking with this advent of the law that's coming into place. It's not just Pennsylvania right now. So when we were talking to them, she didn't give me specific numbers like in Pennsylvania, but their numbers have been increasing greatly, which is one of the reasons why I needed to talk to them about professional development early on, because not only are we adopting this, but a lot of other people are, and they've learned. So part of our conversation has been they've implemented this in a lot of different districts. So they already have plans on how to take. So I can get you numbers. I know I have them somewhere.
Curiosity, it wasn't. So it sounds like they are well established. They've been in decades, maybe.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and they are the most popular program. And when members of our committee were talking to their colleagues in other districts, almost everyone that they talked to was moving towards Zahner Bloser if they didn't already have it.
Thank you.
From an implementation standpoint, you had already said that some of the stuff will be coming home. Do you expect like the handwriting journals, like homework would be coming home? Or do you think that it would look differently?
Until our teams dive in and have the training, I'm not sure what homework would look like. I could definitely see if students didn't get pieces finished within that allotted time, it would be appropriate to send home for homework.
And then were you planning on, or have there been conversations about whether or not this curriculum and the completion of it would be graded?
We haven't. That's that is something that we haven't really talked about.
Right.
It's hard because it is kind of subjective. So it's like, do you do it based on the precision and accuracy, or do you do it on completion, or
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Because, I mean,
but
to
then
some extent, students, they get the coordination when they get it.
Right.
That's definitely one of those things that varies a lot from boy to girl, from this child to that child in terms of age. There's a lot of variation in terms of when that coordination clicks.
Yes.
Yes, and our elementary report cards currently, all of the fields are related back to a standard, and there aren't standards for cursive handwriting.
Yes.
Thank you.
But it does actually, now that we're thinking through this, there are opportunities for us, especially with the pre and post assessments, to be able to send him, even if it's not graded,
Right.
we would be able to tell parents where students are falling in the trajectory of they have this mastered, this concept, or
rubric.
that would be part of the
Yeah,
reading.
that's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to 5.05, we have educational updates by Dr. Reppert.
Thank you, President Hankel. School Board, where has this year gone? I can't believe that we're at the tail end of the 25-26 school year, and as Caleb said earlier, just a few short days away from that graduation. But congratulations to the 9 retirees that were honored this evening. Having the opportunity to work with many of them, spend time with many of them, and as Dr. Van Voorst said, dance with one of them. It's just been an extreme pleasure, just what they've done and the impact they've had on our school, district, and community. So following under my continued theme under safety, I just want to take a moment to thank Mr. Leitzel, Mr. Mendez, as well as Sergeant Smuck, maintenance custodial officers, the Southern Regional Police Department, as well as the state police for all the support throughout the school year. They continue to work as a team in setting up and maintaining a high level of safety and security throughout our district during our school events. And as we get ready to close another school year, once again, we're truly thankful for their dedication and safety and security throughout our district. Under supportive, Caleb, this one's for you. All right, everyone else got to talk to you. But Caleb, I want to thank you for the last 2 years. It's just been an awesome opportunity to see you grow in your position. I wanted to wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. I know you're going to continue to make some great decisions. And just so you know, once a warrior, you're always a warrior. So thank you for all you've done. Under a collaborative culture, I've been sharing this the last few years. Just want to take a moment to share some information I received about our district's participation in the Kids Heart Challenge at the elementary school and American Heart Challenge at the middle school. The district raised over $23,000 this past year. The totals collected by the schools, Friendship was over $5,000, as well as Shrewsbury, Southern Elementary over $10,000, and Southern Middle School over $2,000. So in 25 years of our district participating with the American Heart Association, district has raised $322,000 for the American Heart Association. Once again, Southern Elementary School, it seems to be a theme over the last few years. They have ranked in the top 25 out of 124 schools, this year being 11th. I wanted to give special thanks to the administrators of each of the schools, as well as some of the staff members, Casey Wagman from Friendship, Sam LeBlanc from Shrewsbury, Andy Bloom from Southern Elementary, and Brandy Christensen from the middle school for their participation. The district will be awarded over $2,000 as give back funds to be utilized for physical education supplies and equipment. And then finally, there was over 75 students and their families that participated in the online hands-only CPR, and 72 students and their families participated in Learn the Warning Signs of Stroke this past school year. We've continued to do this over the years, and we've had well over 500 students and families over the last few years participate in the FINS Challenge. So congratulations to all those who participated, because their participation can save a life. The only upcoming event I have, see you back here on Thursday, June 11th for the final board meeting. So let's have a great end of the school year.
Or not.
Choice is yours.
Oh, I was supposed to do that.
Don't worry, Jeremy's got your back.
Okay, can we do it again?
Next month.
All right, I'll forget.
Jeremy won't.
Thank you. We have next item 6.01, procedure for public comment. Just remember to come up, state your name and municipality of residence. First, we have Christine Burns.
Christine Burns, I live in Shrewsbury Township. Good evening, school board members. I am speaking tonight about the athletic budget. Under no circumstances am I placing blame on the current board for the financial position we are in. I am here to express my feelings on the financial cuts to the athletic programs. Over the years, I've been a volunteer, a substitute in 2014 to 2017, and again in 2024 to current day, and a booster club rep since 2019. I've been involved in volunteering in athletics since 2007. As a substitute and an avid volunteer in the athletic program, I felt it's my job to advocate for all athletes so they are able to have the best athletic experience possible. At each Meet the Team night, Susky boasts about the number of student athletes we have. Athletics are a large part of many students' school careers. As the football rep, I have worked alongside coach in most purchases for the team. We fundraise and try to support the team as best we can. In the past, we have purchased away game meals for our athletes, reimbursed parents for team dinners, and purchased black jerseys for the team. We enjoy doing this for the players and families. In the future, we may not be able to provide these things for our team due to the lack of funds provided by the athletic department. We are currently working on hosting a basket bingo in August to continue to give back to the team and purchase an end zone camera. Susky is currently the only school in the district without an end zone camera for football. This purchase needs to be made to keep up with the other schools in the district and the way the game film is presented. The end zone camera should be purchased from the school district athletic budget instead of the football budget. If the camera was purchased through athletics, all sports would have the benefit of using the camera and not need to individually purchase a camera. I understand that in the past, the athletic budget may not have been balanced to the best of its ability. I feel like we have gone from a yes to purchasing items to a hard no on everything. If a team needs something, it is now their job to fundraise for those items. Unfortunately, per the Booster Club, if a team does not meet the 75% participation of the Booster Club fundraiser, the team may not be allowed to hold additional fundraisers. If the team does not achieve 75% of the Booster Club's participation, how are they to fundraise for items they need? The Booster Club only allocates $40 per student and $35 extra for seniors if the 75% is met. If the 75% is not met, the team only receives $20 per athlete and $35 per senior. What can a team purchase with such a small amount? Every 7 years, uniforms are to be purchased. I've heard of teams where uniforms are not being purchased even though it has been over 7 years, and some uniforms were lost in building renovations and never replaced. Uniform sizes are not available and uniforms must be altered if possible. When uniforms are being purchased, they are now poor quality and will not make it through the season or even 7 years. Just because it is cheaper is not saving money if the uniforms are not holding up for the allotted time. We have had cuts in buses and other services for the team, such as cleaning services for the football team and refurbishing of helmets. The football team's helmets were red metallic. This season, due to the budget cuts, they were all refurbished in white. This past spring season, the lacrosse team did not have a logo on their helmets because the logo was not approved. Currently, the football team does not have an approved logo on their helmet for the upcoming season. Numbers and stripes are not a logo. We have taken the red helmet refurbished to white and then told the boys that there is no approved logo sticker. How would you feel about this if you were a player on the team? The missing logo may be that the warrior head is too detailed and it does not look aesthetically pleasing on the helmet. This could be due to the size of the logo would need to be or the placement on the helmet. Other logo options were presented to administration, but all have been denied. I'm wearing a lacrosse logo that has been used on Spirit Wear for years in some form or another and is currently on our girls' lacrosse uniforms that are playing right now. Why can't this logo be considered for the helmets in the future or something that the coaches propose? If the warrior head cannot be placed on the gear, what is an alternative that can be used? What is that compromise? Uniforms are to be clean, fresh, and whole, help the players prepare for the game, and make the team more vested in their play. If you dressed with holes in your clothing and your hair unkept, would you feel the best at your job? Every time our athletes step out onto the field, they are working their job. Why are we asking them to not look their best? Feeling confident in your appearance directly enhances your performance. I'm asking for transparency in the athletic budget. I would like to see what we have in the budget, our proposed expenses, and proposed purchases. Where are the funds going that are being collected at all the games? Are those funds going back to the athletes? How are we gathering for sponsorships going? What are the funds being allocated from the sponsorships? How can the coaches be met in the middle with the athletic department for purchases that are necessary? Why is the band allowed to monopolize fundraisings at every football game? Why are other sports not able to fundraise on Friday night home games? How can we as a district best support our athletes to make them feel valued? This may seem trivial to some, but when a majority of your students are athletes, it's a big deal to them.
Thank you. Ashley Coleman. Here. All right. Item 6.02, board discussion and public comment.
I have a couple of things that I'd like to talk about. So I have actually recently reached out to Dr. Bryson. We talked about the budget and how this is going to affect athletics. And my understanding is that there has not been any cuts to the budget for athletics. So I do like the idea of transparency on the athletic budget, where money is going, and sponsorships that's new since last year of the community. But at the same time, I'd like to understand more in regards to what communications have gone out there insinuating cuts, or is that a perception because things are not being approved? Is there any information that you can provide, maybe Dr. Bryson, from what you know of Mr., the athletic director, if Matt has said anything to you about any of these things that we just heard?
Which they,
Regarding cuts
I'll
and
start.
uniforms, yeah.
I don't know where the perception of cuts, I can speculate, I mean, hate to speculate, but the cost of running an athletic program goes up every year. So if the budget is not going up, likewise to the cost to transport, to buy uniforms, officials. So while there's no necessarily a cut to the amount of budget that they receive, they've got to do more with less. So I can run exactly the same athletic program next year that I'm running this year, but to do it with the same budget, there are things that may not be able to be purchased. Does that, I don't know if that makes sense, but.
It does, but we as a board haven't learned about an end zone camera need, right, to be able to fill that need.
And I can't speak to it from right now as to
Yeah.
if that request was made to the athletic department.
We also were told
or the
there's missing
booster.
uniforms that, from the renovation that were lost. Like, we haven't heard anything about that, so.
And we're fine.
Huh?
And we're fine.
Oh, yeah, so.
Is it possible? Sure, it's certainly possible.
As far as what she said about the helmets, are we not able to get the big beautiful Indian on the helmets?
So this board chose the logo as the Indian head. That's what they're allowed to put on the helmet.
So it wasn't denied?
The logo, the Indian logo,
Yeah.
not that I'm aware
She
of.
said it was denied several times?
My understanding of that, if I can just chime in, is that the design of the helmet this year is in such a way that the coach felt that it would be too small to really fit. Because there's different kinds of safety dynamics with the helmet that you can't kind of bump over. So they're just going to make it smaller, and that wasn't a good look. So the design landed on, a stripe with the color and the number of the player on it, rather than a specific logo per se, because the board policy is that it has to be the warrior head, and if it's not the warrior head, then you can't use anything. So then the go-to after that, if it doesn't work, is a number. So
But that does give me
Dr.
great
Bryson, correct me
concern.
if I'm wrong, that if it would be something that there would be an exception for a team, wouldn't it be okay for someone to maybe get an exception to use something else so that they, the board might be able to understand extenuating circumstances? If it's too small, then maybe they could use something different and wouldn't have to refer to just numbers or some sort of striping.
Did I hear correctly that it was the lacrosse helmets too, though? Is it the same thing behind lacrosse helmets?
I am not sure about the lacrosse helmets, but I know they're different and they're shaped different, But I also understand that there was a decision made by those coaches not to do any kind of logo this year on it or anything, and they would revisit it next year. So that wasn't something that wasn't supported by administration. It was something that the coaches decided on their own. They're not going to approach it this year. They'll do it next year.
Did they get new helmets, though, and just didn't put a logo on it, or did they just not get new helmets?
Can I pause for a second?
Yeah.
I don't know that we're going to have all the, so I don't know that Dr. Reppert or I have met with Mrs. Burns as a result of the concerns, and that really is the next step. I don't know if Dr. Sterner's had conversations with Mrs. Burns, so it's difficult for me to answer.
It was a lot of
What
information.
happened there and this, and honestly, I'm speculating, but.
Maybe more important to answer, or Mr. Blandon be able to, come forward and say, okay, here's what the decisions that were made, so it's not speculation.
Right.
This is the decisions.
Yeah, so we will reach out to Mrs. Burns and try to work through the concerns she had and include Mr. Blandon on that.
Sure.
And
And
are
my,
these-
my understanding of the football, not to step on you,
Sorry.
but was that the coaches did present, decals and certain things, and that the administration did approve that, what they had put forward. So, referring back to Dr. Bryson, when you get to meet with Mrs. Burns and talk about those things, hopefully some things will be ironed out. But I do understand that the logo is definitely needing to be used, and at the same time, we need to understand as a board where the budget restrictions are that keep those things from happening if they are, and why couldn't we buy an end zone camera? Why would that have to be something that boosters would need to take care of? So I'm interested to know those things too.
Sure.
Yeah. So that's all I have.
Anything else? All right, moving on to item 7. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? All right, and I had a request from a board member, I'm not going to do it for the items earlier than this, but that we change our voting style a little bit and we start to just have a quick voice vote, aye. So I'm going to change the way I do this a little bit. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Hearing none, that motion carries.
What was the reason for that?
Just the idea that it would be nice to have an affirmative vote on things, that putting your voice to something is, right as it is, you might miss that there was a vote or something. So this kind of, the idea is, okay, you're actually gonna put your voice to the votes. So we can
I think
try
it's
it.
more transparent. I like it. I think it's more transparent. I don't know whose idea it was, but I do think sometimes if you're not accustomed to the flow of a meeting, a vote can go by and you don't even know what happened.
Right. So
So
we'll do it that way because that, by just having a unified aye vote and then followed by, it shouldn't extend the time very much at all. So that brings us to item 8.
How will you handle abstentions? Did you ask about?
Yeah, I asked any nays or abstentions, so you just say I nay or I abstain.
Okay. All right.
And if there are a bunch all at the same time, then we'll have division of the vote.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to item 8, committee report for education. I'll turn it over to Mrs. Henkel.
Thank you, President Hinkle. I'm going to try to remember the new way we're doing it. Thank you so much for springing that on me. And then just for clarity, I'm going to change a little bit of how I normally do things just for the sake of brevity. When I give an item, I'm going to go ahead and move it to the floor, and if we, discuss it after, because I'm sure that lots of my section is going to need discussion. So I don't lose where I am in the motion. I'm going to do it that way. 8.01 is high reliability schools. That is, it's not an action item. Dr. Reppert, could you explain that for us?
Thank you, Mrs. Henkel. To the board, this is information on 2.6, which is the final lagging indicator for level 2. Focuses on teachers having opportunities to observe and discuss effective teaching. So throughout the course of the year, you would have received information regarding level 2.1 through 2.6.
Thank you so much. 8.02 is the handbook. I move to approve the revisions to the 2026-2027 district student handbook. May I have a second, please?
Second.
And I'm sure that there's going to be some discussion, but Dr. Reppert, if you can go ahead and lead us through this first.
Thank you, Mrs. Henkel. For the board directors, you received a copy of the changes update. When you look at going back to our April meeting, we had presented a copy of the handbook based on the recommendations from the staff. We did receive some feedback from Mr. Henkel on one item at the last board meeting, and Mr. Wilson had several items. Many of those items are already updated based on the discussion that we had. 2 items I did want to quick highlight that were, or that I know may be part of discussion, that were board requests to be in there. And for the board directors, I did provide you with a handout of those. I'm going to start with the one on the back of the page, the one from Mr. Henkel, under Student Code of Conduct, page 86, under Class 2 violations, asking the wording to include deliberate disregard for another student's parent or guardian's directives for their own student or of their right regarding their own student. That was part of our discussion that we had at the board meeting, and we had follow-up regarding that, that would be included. That specific item, when we spoke at the last board meeting, I did indicate that would fall under our harassment policy 103. But I know, Mr. Hinkle, you wanted to have that specifically included. But I know there'll be more discussion, but we can come back to that. The second item was regarding cell phones and personal devices. We had made the recommendation of what was in the April handbook for not only the verbiage that's in there, but as well as the continued use of the code of conduct, of enforcing that under the violations. Just a note to the board and the community, our secondary, high school, as well as the middle school have spent the last few years specifically looking at ways of addressing the behaviors within the classroom, within the school. And cell phones was one of those items that fell under specifically what the teachers could handle within their classroom. They've spent years through their level 1 committees, their Safe, Supportive, and Collaborative, their leadership team, and have come up with a process that is working, and it's the recommendation that we continue with that as proposed back in April.
All right. I'll just mention for mine again, my recommendation again. The reason I wanted this to be explicit is when I hear bullying and harassment, typically those have to come with either repeated infractions or a particularly egregious infraction. Whereas with this, I would definitely like it to be, even if it's once, and even if it's not the most egregious example, if another student has told you, no, my parents don't allow me to do that, that should be the end of the discussion. The student should not, the student who was requesting you participate in that activity should not be requesting it anymore after that has been, after that student's been informed of that. Additionally, students should never be taking actions that would be intended to deceive another student's parents. So we don't allow misrepresentations of the truth to our staff, our administrators, our teachers. We're not going to allow students to engage in the school or using school devices in deceptions of other students' parents, because that's another legitimate authority in that student's life, and really the primary legitimate authority in that student's life. So that's why I wanted it to be just called out very specifically.
So you're saying that the spirit of the addition isn't a change, it's just elaborating that this too is covered under the policy?
And it was unclear to me that bullying and harassment did cover it. I understand that we might do so, but there's gray area where a person could say, well, I wasn't bullying, or, come play kickball with me. No, I don't feel like it. If you then say, no, come on, it'll be fun, that's okay. That's normal kid stuff. But if the kid says, no, my parents said I can't, a lot of times then there's a reason. There's a health reason, there's a medical reason, or so there's an important reason that needs to happen, and you shouldn't be asking again in that case. So now, not all examples are equally severe, so there's going to be discretion in the consequences for that. Anyway.
I just have I don't understand it. I don't understand what problem we're solving. So let me ask you a question. So deliberate, I'm like reading this, maybe it's just the wording of it, but deliberate, so intentional disregard of another student's parents or guardian's directives for that student or their rights regarding their own student. But what if the parent had a directive that went against a policy?
So a student, I mean, a parent having directive that goes against a policy, so this is primarily, this is the student code of conduct. So if a parent disagrees with one of our policies and is unwilling to abide by it, then that doesn't fall under this. This is to guide student conduct. So in that case, we'd have to talk to them and say, well, I'm sorry, you can't send your child here if you're not willing to abide by our policy. So that's really, I think, a different issue. This is really the issue of a child is inviting another child to participate in an activity or deceive the other child's parents about participation in the activity. So come over to my house, and of course, obviously, this happens outside of school, it's outside of our jurisdiction. But if it's, come over to my house and we're gonna watch this movie, and no, my parents said I can't. Oh, no, your parents don't have to know. Or come over, come play this with me, come do this thing with me. Your parents don't have to know. If it's intended to withhold information to deceive parents or to get the child to do something that they know that their parents have forbidden them from doing, then a child should not be asking another child to do that.
How would you enforce that?
If it's, like with so many things, if it's happening outside of school, we can't. If it's happening and we don't actually have evidence of it, then we can't. But that goes for so many things. I mean, misrepresentations of the truth are a thing that we punish for, but those are often hard to prove that a student misrepresented the truth. So this is it's only ever as good as, okay, we have evidence. You actually sent an email to this other student, or you did this and a teacher heard you doing it. Inviting the student to participate in an activity that their parents have forbidden.
But isn't there also, isn't that presuming intent that they meant to do something that was willingly wrong?
So a lot of our things also require intent, and if intent can't be established, so obviously if the student didn't know, that's where it's deliberate. So it has to be, again, you have the back and forth. Come do this. No, my parents said I can't. Oh, your parents don't have to know. It's that your parents don't have to know that they're in violation. They're not in violation if they come do this, if they don't know. If they don't know that the parents have forbidden the activity. But once they're informed that the parents have forbidden this activity, or maybe maybe the parents have said, look, I do not, and the parents have documentation, look, I said I don't want you doing this. That's more of the cases that might already fit into our harassment policy, but I just want it to be very clean that, look, you should not, once you know that a parent is not allowing something of another child, or if you're trying to deceive that child's parents, and you're doing that in school, that's a violation.
How's that show intent? Like, that's not, by kids saying that, I mean, I said that when I was a kid many times. It wasn't ill intent. It was just, trying to have some fun. That doesn't seem like bullying to me.
I don't think it is bullying. I think it's a different offense. That's why I don't think it falls into harassment and bullying.
But do you think that there's a developmental level where a child's not capable of really understanding that like a child is thinking about it, and I don't know what the age is, but a child's thinking about like, well, I just want my friend to come over to my house. Like, it's not, I guess I just don't really understand, like, if I don't understand it as a parent, if I'm looking at it, I wouldn't know what to do with that. I don't know what cases that, do you know what I'm saying? I mean, I can appreciate that you want to have that protection in there, but I guess I just wonder, is it a protection if it's not well understood?
Again, if it's a developmental issue, then that gets into deliberate. So, honestly, this is very much like, to my mind, it's very much like insubordination, where you know that a teacher said not to do something and you go and do it anyway. In this case, you know that the parents have said, my child is not allowed to do this, and you invite them anyway, or you try to deceive the parents.
I agree. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So in my mind, there's just too much ambiguity in it, because to ask the administration to determine whether or not something is a deliberate disregard of a parent or guardian's directive would imply that they have to know what that parent or guardian's directive is. And that is very much a moving target, in that parents change their mind, so I think it creates a undue or maybe even impossible burden to really understand what that parent or guardian's directive is. I mean, I understand what you're trying to do, and that you're trying to, through our handbook, express to our students that it's not okay to try and convince someone to do something that they shouldn't, which I'm fair with that. However, I think our handbook lays out a great deal of guidelines that we deem as acceptable or unacceptable. But to introduce then the concept of then the parents' directives, that is going to be all over the place. I mean, because, you know, some parents are going to have a really, really super high standard. Another parent may have a really low standard. There's going to be everything in between. And for the administration to be able to delineate between that, I think is a burden that at times may even be impossible.
I agree.
Yeah. I think this is getting pretty deep in the weeds for.
I do think that if this were to happen, and a student came to a principal or a teacher or administrator and said, you know, Johnny, and I don't know why it's always Johnny.
Johnny's a terrible
You
child.
know, Johnny is pressuring me and pressuring me and pressuring me to do X, and I don't want to do that. My parents wouldn't want me to do that. We have things we have tools in our toolbox to be able to go to Johnny and say this behavior is going to stop. But I understand what you're trying to do. I just think that it is going to be so vast, its implementation may be impossible.
I agree. I agree that it is nebulous. I also just want to say flat out, I understand the exact situation that President Henkel is trying to safeguard against. I mean, it's protecting the anonymity is kind of hard in this discussion because board members are asking for what the reason is, and there's a lot of, well, we can't tell you. But I agree, it's nebulous. It's really hard to enforce. It's not explicit, and maybe one of the things that I'm struggling with is because I think that what Mrs. Hall said was, how do you know intent? Doesn't it, and Mr. Hash as well, you know, doesn't that assume intent? And more than the intent of what the kid who's in the wrong in this situation is, I think that it's more educating children to be able to, it's more of a rights-based thing for me. When I say my parent says I'm not allowed to do that thing, it needs to be respected. How can we carry that language into our handbook to give them the power to say, no more questions, my parent said no? Could the parent stuff change? Yes, but honestly, we don't even have to worry about that, because if he or she is saying the parent says no, that stops it. And so I was thinking of a situation like, you know, during lunch, a gentleman is asking a lady to have a physical relationship. No, my parents said I'm not supposed to be doing that sort of thing. Continued conversation, pressuring her into a physical relationship after she's explicitly stated, my parents say that's a no-go, could be perceived as continual harassment. Even if it's a boyfriend, even if it's somebody she likes, even if it's not sexual harassment in the sense that, you know, right, we don't have to get into it. So I was wondering if, and maybe this is still too nebulous, could we have language like acknowledgement that explicit statements like my parent doesn't allow it is to be respected as a violation of our harassment policy? Having it be more a parental rights, look at it this way. If a child says, if a student says, my parent says, any conversation after that, you don't have to worry about intent, could be perceived as, does that?
So say it again.
Acknowledgement that the explicit statement of, and then you can put in quotes, my parents don't allow it, you might have to have a couple of examples of it, is to be respected as a violation of our harassment policy if continued.
I think you'd probably have to pull the item out revisit it if you're going to change it that much structurally, right?
We can amend it.
Yeah, I think you're trying to nail a problem that like maybe you know of a situation that happened, but like it's
I don't know if number, but yeah.
99 out of 100 times this is covered under normal harassment, right? If it goes past no, okay, one more time, well now it's harassment. Like 9 out of 100 times it's covered under harassment, right? And I understand you're trying to safeguard against that one time, but
I don't know if it is.
Not having all of the details, I do want to be a little, and I don't want the details, I want to be a little hesitant, because we have had issues come before this board that we were all, many of us, pushed to tears over, that our policies did not protect our students adequately. And we were in a position where we couldn't do much about it. And I don't think anyone in this board was happy about it. In the event that verbiage like that in our harassment policy may prevent something from happening that would be somewhat tragic, then it's probably worth considering. It may require it being revisited, you know, in the future. However, I don't want to just necessarily sweep it away if there are circumstances that we are trying to prevent from happening, because there are times that our policies with unintended consequences hurt our students. And I don't necessarily want to be akin to that if we can prevent it.
Mrs. Henkel, if you were to structure a motion to amend, what would the motion to amend say? Say that again.
It would say acknowledgement that the explicit statement of "my parents don't allow" is to be respected as a violation of our harassment policy. Because to what Mr. Hall just said, I don't see this as a policy addition so much as an implementation problem. That problem is not the right word, an implementation issue that we are carving out even this is. Does that make sense?
I mean, I'd be willing to look at whether we can, instead of adding this as an additional bullet item under Class 2 violations, whether it could be a clarification under the bullying and harassment policy.
Yes.
I will say that the bullet points under Class 2 violations do include the extremely vague, inappropriate behavior.
Right.
We also have our Title IX sexual harassment, dating violence. So I feel like there's an entire paragraph in here that I've just been reading through that describes exactly what you're talking about.
If it's
that was one
related to
of-
dating and sexual.
But then there's also the bullying. So I think what you're discussing, in my opinion, is all covered here and gives administration exactly what they need to try and approach an issue. And as far as other things that have come across at Pike, I think that we have worked towards developing policy to back administration when they have those kinds of new issues come up, that our students can be adequately protected. So I'm no disrespect to you. I'm sure you have your reasoning and the issues that brought that to your mind, but I don't know that that applies wholeheartedly to the entire student body at our school district and outside of the policy that we have here. I think this meets our needs adequately.
My concern is that there's a situation where this did take place, and the understanding that I have is that consequences, because it was not like repeated or egregious, I don't know the exact details, but consequences couldn't be applied to the student who was engaged in soliciting the behavior. So if this is already covered, then we should be able to clarify that. If that situation is a situation that we don't allow even one time, then we should be able to clarify that. I'm okay doing it in bullying and harassment, or just as a bullet point in Class 2 violations, which is what I originally recommended. But I do think that it helps our administrators, I think, in the situation where a parent is saying, my student didn't violate any of your rules, why are you punishing my student? Well, no.
Bryson, can you speak to that?
I feel like if the student is saying no, that's enough.
Come
So
play
like.
come play kickball?
No, I don't want to play kickball. No, come play kickball.
It'll be fun.
No, I really don't want to.
Yeah, but that's twice.
Right?
Right.
No, I really don't want to. So now, if that student chose to go to the office and talk with the principal or share with the staff member, we're going to sit down and have a conversation about what it means when the person says no twice. So like the added piece to, because my parents said so, does it matter whether the parent said no, or they just don't want to, or they have something else going on? At the end of the day, they're saying, no, I don't care to do it, and now you're repeating it, right? So I think this added piece of, no, my parents said I shouldn't. Are we asking our staff to teach, and maybe we are, I don't know. Are we asking our staff to teach the kids that if you say your parents said that, then you cannot, and no one can, like, that differentiates it. That's a serious task, and I do believe potentially abused, where the parent really isn't. You've just taught me that if I say that, that's the end. You know what I mean? And I don't know the answer to that. I feel like part of this potentially is, are we going to a staff member or a principal that can help assist you with this? Or is it taken home and then, I don't know the answer, and I can't possibly answer for 100% of the time in all buildings at all times, right? I can't. But if you're asking me if I believe this is a needed statement, I don't believe it's a needed statement. And honestly, sitting here tonight is half of our building administrators who are listening to the conversation and recognize what it is, I think, that we're asked to be aware of this scenario where we want to be able to have that discussion at the very least and issue discipline if it's repeated or whatever, if we now believe the child is educated and should know better moving forward. I don't know.
I like what you said, like, is the extra thing necessary? Like, it's as simple as no means no. That's it.
My fear.
It doesn't matter the reason why. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
It
no.
doesn't matter my parents, who cares? No means no.
Again, I see a difference between the situation. Come play kickball. No, I don't really feel like it. And this is someone that, it's friendly. Oh, come on, it'll be fun, because you think the other student's feeling down and maybe feels like, no, I just don't want to do that because I'm kind of, I don't want to be out there with all those other kids. But with the cajoling, it's like, okay, maybe, I guess this person really wants me to. I guess he really does want to be my friend. To me, that's a very different situation from, no, my parents said I can't.
So I think, I've heard some sensitivity from my fellow board members on what it is you're trying to solve, but I'm pretty convinced that there's a variety of ideas on how to solve it. So I'd like to motion to table, and I think we need to just...
Are we tabling the handbook?
We can't
Well,
table the handbook.
No, it needs
Can't
to.
table the entire handbook.
But we can agree to discuss later this edition.
I will say
Well,
that my fear is that, and this probably will not be popular in my household, but my fear is that we are trying to solve a social problem with a policy tweak. And I don't know that we can, but I do appreciate the effort.
Well, I can understand where you're going with that, and not to belabor the subject, we do need to move on. But some of that is parental guidance, teaching what is socially acceptable and what is not. And that's the end of the story. At school, we need to just behave and take on our responsibility and learn. And our administrators will make sure that whatever behaviors are not acceptable according to the policy will be addressed.
Help educate me here, Dr. Repper, were these changes made in the handbook that we would have to amend to take something out to move on, or are they not in it?
The one specific to
President Henkel.
President Hankel's was added into the handbook. So if it were to remove that, I believe
We
we'd
have to amend.
So let me ask, when you added it, was that after discussion, I mean, were there discussions with administrators about whether that would be implementable?
Well, after you spoke at the board meeting, you and I had that discussion. I did not go back to speak with the entire administration regarding that. We did have a meeting where I did share, the basic premise with it. But I, as, Dr. Bryson said, no means no, and if it's repeated, it would fall under harassment. And I mean, that was my interpretation with that.
Okay, and I'm just trying to, because I know what you're hinting at. One thing that's not in our violations list here is violating a safety plan. Like, we put in safety plans for students to make sure they're not interacting or whatever that case is. Would that be a means to get kind of towards what you're looking for here?
I think that would probably help in the case where safety plan's been implemented. I mean, often in the early stages of this sort of thing, there's probably no safety plan in place.
You mean if it's accelerated to that degree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is not the safety plan a way of separating?
Can be.
Rather than
It's pretty much,
what this could be?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to, I think what you're trying to, I think what President Henkel is trying to, is like, no means no, stop. Now, if there's.
We're spending too much
Okay.
time on this.
Right.
We have to move on.
Can I ask one thing, Dr. Ruppert? When you did have the discussions about the general gist of it, were there concerns about the ability to implement it among the administrators?
I had a couple conversations, yeah, that there's concerns.
All right, I'll leave, I'll take it up. No, that's
It's
fine.
not-
No, yeah.
It's just, I
So-
think it's it's specific, but the devil's in the detail with all of these different scenarios you run across on a daily basis.
We can come back to it, and since the handbook references our bullying policy, maybe that's where we make the clarification at some point. But, so that is there in the draft, so.
Okay, so I can handle that when we get to it, but then Vice President Wilson's additions, are they too in the handbook, and do we need to discuss those?
It might be easiest if we're doing multiple amendments to go ahead and amend the motion
Well, I
to
can.
take that out.
Hang on,
Mhm,
because
okay.
if we're amending his too, I can do it all.
You can
at
do all
once.
of them, yeah.
Thank you
okay.
so much,
All right.
President Hinkle.
No, it's just.
But like, are
It's a
we,
lot, but
are
okay.
we good with what Mr. Wilson wanted to do as well?
I actually have some things about that if I could.
Oh, sure, yeah, and
so-
this, I do want to preface that just with, this text has been, Dr. Ruppert and I have gone back and forth several times trying to make sure that all the Ts are crossed and Is are dotted.
Sure, it's beautiful. I see there's a lot of work in here, and I appreciate that effort in bringing it to the board as a collective. I do feel that we need some clarity from Harrisburg as far as what we're doing, because from what I understand from the administration, and maybe I'm wrong, that the cell phone policy that's currently in place is working, that we already have a standalone, no cell phone in elementary, no cell phone in middle school. High school is at the discretion of the staff member, teacher, what have you. And sometimes the students are using their cell phones in accordance with the lesson plan. And also, Harrisburg is definitely, this is a very active legislation in the process with House Bill 1814, Senate Bill 1014. I mean, May 6th, that was just discussed in the House of Representatives, and it was only rejected because of the amendments that were wanting to be exempted, like, private school exemptions, the granting local districts more flexibility, which we already have our own policy, so that's okay with me. And then additionally imposing cell phone bans on teachers, so there were some things that needed to go back, but that's gonna be open to the House when they come back from recess in June, and that's gonna be on the floor for a vote, and then that's gonna go back over to the Senate, is my understanding. So I know that the governor is ready to sign it as soon as it's on his desk, you know, he's supportive of a cell phone ban bell to bell that you are pointing at here. And I think that because there's sort of no good answer when it comes to this, ban completely, thinking about families and parents and all the different opinions out there, that if what we have is working, then why fix it if it's not broke? And we absolutely have no law behind us to fix that. And I don't know about you, but I do not want a line of folks coming, you know, with a big issue at the board that we are belaboring an issue and we're upsetting people. If what we're doing is working, and this is an active legislative process in Harrisburg right now. I mean, May 6th, what was that? Just a few weeks ago, and then when they come back in June, there's a plan to pick it back up again. So I think that this is great, but I think it might be getting the cart before the horse a little bit, because we don't have the backing of law.
Well, I don't think we actually have our own standing to police what comes into our buildings. I mean, that's currently part of the school code.
Yeah, we have the backing of law in that the law allows us to make this restriction.
But we can't take cell phones from people physically.
Yes, we can.
How is that going to work on a day-to-day with a staff member?
So if a student's in violation of the phone policy, the
Okay, so-
confiscation of the phone is already
All right,
on
so
the
let's
table.
put that into practice. Nathan, you're using your cell phone too much in class, give it to me. No. Okay, well, I'm gonna come and take it. So do we have an interaction between a staff member and a student now? I think that it could reach that very easily. And we only use it in the high school, and we haven't heard of disciplinary issues, so why push it to that level?
We don't actually have any good data on how much of an issue it is in the individual classrooms.
But we don't have
Because,
staff
well,
members saying anything.
We don't have, right, we don't have staff members saying anything. Current implementation of the cell phone rule is it is teacher managed in the classroom,
Sure.
meaning that, okay, a student uses their phone in class and the teacher tells them to put it away. Now, in order for any record of that interaction, hey, put it away, the teacher has to stop teaching, go to Sapphire, put in a record for that student, and then get back to class, which, how long does that take?
Well, should we
And they're not
wait-
going to do that.
Should we wait until we have the survey out there that maybe we can hear from staff members? And Dr. Sterner, not to pull you out of the audience here, but what are you thinking about this in the high school with staff members? Are you hearing that it's an issue?
So our current process it follows what many of our disciplinary scenarios are. We classify things, and again, like Dr. Reppert had referenced earlier, teacher-managed behaviors are things that can start in the classroom and can be processed in the classroom. There are things that are office-managed anytime they happen. Harassment, racial intimidation, things like that always will come to skipping class will always come to the office. That's not something we would ask a teacher to handle. Cell phones currently fall under that teacher-managed behavior, which doesn't mean they entirely manage it. It goes through a progression of progressive discipline. Teacher issues a warning, and we ask teachers to have a tracking system for that warning. The idea being that it's creating productive behaviors and responsible use of the cell phone. Just like other behaviors, disrupting class doesn't come to the office the first time it happens. It's addressed in the classroom with the hope that it's remediating that behavior and creating behavioral education as well. Second violation of that, following a warning, over the course of the school year, would then become teacher detention. A third occurrence would become office referral. We do track that second occurrence. Anytime a teacher gives a teacher detention, that does get entered into Sapphire. That is a tracked offense that occurs. The third offense coming to the office would be tracked, and then would receive office issued discipline and every subsequent, and it's progressive discipline to those violations.
Okay.
So the term working, that's kind of where I want to push back a little bit. It may be working in the sense that cell phones maybe they are not a significant distraction in class. Maybe the coming out in class is a rare occurrence. But the concern here is that being able to go get the phone after class and check it, and then you go to your next class, 45 minutes, and then you can check your phone again after that class. Part of the problem here is not necessarily the disruption of the phone in class, it's that the distraction of the phone being used during the day, phone addiction, that addiction is a distraction even once they're in class, because what are they thinking about? They're thinking about what's going on. In order to break that, it takes hours. 45 minutes is not enough to break the phone addiction, the feeling like I need to check what's going on, I need to check what's going on. That takes hours to break. And it's unhealthy for adults, but it's especially unhealthy for kids. And I want to break that. When they're within the halls of the school, I want them to not be exposed to addictions.
Right. No, I hear your point, and I know Harrisburg is bouncing this thing around. I talked to Joe Diorsi about it recently, and just all the amendments that were lumped into it. You know, he doesn't think they're going to get anything through, and they're going to try and use it as a campaign football for the fall. But regardless, you know, whatever they pass in Harrisburg, this will pass muster. You know, anything they pass in Harrisburg, even what they have, you know, even what we have now, that's the floor. You know, the point here is having the phone, the kids still have their phone in their possession, turned off in their backpack, then it does not become a distraction during the school day. That lets them actually interact with their peers more. That lets them be fully present in the classroom. Screens, you know, just yesterday, Health and Human Services put out their report, their advisory on the harms of screen use. And, you know, one of the things it says is action cannot wait until all evidence is available. One of the things that they recommended for schools to do is bell-to-bell ban of phones for students.
But even in some states, bell-to-bell is so inaccurate. It sounds good, but in most of those state laws, bell-to-bell is classroom time.
Correct.
It is not the beginning bell of the day to the ending bell of the day.
Correct.
They want it to sound that way, but
Right.
that's not what the law actually says.
It sounds a whole lot stricter than
And
it really is.
in that classification given out yesterday by Health and Human Services, or it was actually, I think, a Surgeon General's warning.
Yeah, Surgeon General.
The amount of screen time significantly increases when you get into high school. I believe it's 9 hours is the suggested maximum in high school.
Well, no,
However,
it's actually recommended 2 hours. What they're seeing is evidence of is up to 9 hours.
They're saying that they're using them up to 9 hours, but they should be
Using screens up
too.
to 9 hours between phones, school computers, TV.
I just want to drill down into this, what's in front of us right now, a little bit in that. The expectation of this bell-to-bell, which is essentially beginning to the end of the day, cell phone put away or in a bag. So, Dr. Repper, that is already happening in our elementary schools, correct?
Correct.
That's already happening in our middle schools, correct? So this is really only applying to high school. What really only change that is really here is high school.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm just trying to make that clear. So when I look at that and I see, okay, we're saying homeroom, class time, lunch, library, study halls, class transitions, recess, but recess wouldn't, you don't have recess in high school, so recess is already covered.
Correct.
Yes, but this now would encompass the entire district, where it would, for elementary, recess would be included with that.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, under our current rules, recess is already included.
Correct.
So, I'm not saying to take it out, I'm just saying it is already, recess is already covered in our current rules. So I look at that list of things and say to myself, Most of them I can understand. Class transition, let's face it, there isn't time to be, you need to get between your classes. That's the purpose of the time. I can understand, homeroom, that there's things you need to be doing while you're there. I can also understand study hall. There's a purpose for why you have that study hall. The one I have trouble swallowing is lunch, because we are proposing that as we reference screen time with our kids, that we are incrementally changing those restrictions through the years, because they're growing. They're able to handle more screen time. They're able to handle more things. So I think it may be undue to say you can't use your phone during lunch in high school. We're already saying you can't use your phone during lunch in elementary school, and we're already saying you can't use your phone during lunch in middle school. I'm assuming that's correct. So to say that you can't use your phone during lunch in high school feels unnecessary.
I like it because it establishes that while they're here, they're present here. They're present here and they're focused on the things that are happening here. And their mind stays in the focus of, I'm at school, I'm here for a purpose. And you don't have an interruption in that purpose. And you still need breaks during a day with purpose, but the breaks don't have to take you completely outside of where you are.
I think that the definition of break may be relevant to the student. I think for some kids, that may be a good break.
So we've spent a lot of time on this. I really feel like this is a policy consideration, not a handbook consideration. I really would like to see, we are sending out the survey to the teachers very soon. We will have that information back. I know several months ago, there was the ask to hold on making any Chromebook decisions until we had a presentation. And I would like that to be reciprocated. Can we please hold on this discussion, get some information back from the survey, and revisit this in June?
Sure, as long as we're not approving the handbook without any sort of
Well, my question is this even in the handbook?
It is.
It is not,
It is.
yeah.
No, there's a cell phone
No, not this
policy
version, but there is a
No,
cell phones
there's-
and personal
yeah.
devices.
Right.
There's the
So-
previous version in here currently.
Yes.
Right,
So this is not in there.
No.
Well, there is a cell phones, personal devices. This change, so my change, Dr. Epper put in, this change has not been put in. But there is a section dealing with this.
So we would have to amend it to put it in.
We would?
Yes.
And we need to pass it because we're going to start a new school year.
I have a couple of clarifications, and this still can be something that we move on from, but I just want to make sure, and this is, you'll learn very clearly what side I'm on, but my clarification isn't in order to point out my side. Number one, Ms. Hall is absolutely correct. This portion of the handbook that Mr. Wilson wrote is not waiting on Harrisburg. So the idea that Harrisburg hasn't passed anything yet, it doesn't matter, because the spirit of this was we're not waiting on Harrisburg, if other board members want to go this direction. And I do believe that we are an exceptional district who has taken the courage in the past to take stances on things before we wait for government mandates. For instance, Cursive. We weren't waiting for Harrisburg to tell us Cursive. We knew that. Point number two, the point of this handbook change was it gave a clear directive. We stumbled in the past to come up with a proper compromise, and maybe we still haven't found one when it comes to parental concerns. Off and away is easy. When it comes to an implementation standpoint, it gets hard, it gets difficult. Off and away seems to be pretty easy. 3, it is data-driven when it comes to distractions. We do know that. We do have data on that. 4, the question of whether or not cell phones in high school is an incident issue, whether or not the policy or handbook that we have before is good enough, neglects completely the distraction aspect of cell phones. So whether or not kids are following the rule, if they have it on them and they are getting notifications, it's still, that is not something that is being helped. And then finally, what is the educational benefit or even health benefit of having cell phones in the classroom? versus what are the detrimental losses, the net losses. I've not heard anybody argue why cell phones are a good thing in classrooms. And I think that we do need to answer that question.
I don't think it has to be a thing, though. I mean, they're not using it for an instructional piece. I mean, we walk around with our cell phones, we have it. So I don't think anybody could argue that it needs to be in there, but it's something that, you know, we culturally have become accustomed to, and we have. And I think that I heard what you were saying in the last discussion about parental rights. What if, as a parent, again, you said maybe we don't have that right balance there, but I strongly resist that, you know, that there is a determination for every child that this is the best thing. I mean, it just feels very big brother-like coming in.
I agree with you, and I sympathize with that entirely, and you helped me remember something. One thing that we were talking about with Parent Square was because I don't like the aspect of the parent not being able to get in touch. Now, I do also try to marry that with, when we never were able to get in touch with our parents when we were in school too, but different times, different needs, I get it. And Dr. Ruppert reminds me, we did solve that through Parent Square, and that parents will be able to contact kind of like instant messenger on the Chromebooks that we've issued them. So that's what I meant, and I didn't say it clearly, part of the compromise. They still will have it on them, right? We're not taking it away from anyone. Off and away with parents still being able to reach them. I can't think of, help me, I can't think of a better compromise than that. And you're absolutely right. When it comes to logic, you're absolutely spot on that not everything that's brought into class has to be a net positive for education. We have lots of things that are neutral. I would argue cell phones and notifications are a distraction, though. We have policy procedures for things that distract, right? Things that make sounds. What other thing is brought into a classroom that distracts that we say is good?
This policy also has the advantage of, we've already done it at the elementary, middle school, or school levels. Our incoming ninth graders are already accustomed to this, so 25% of our high school this will be no change for them from what they're used to. And over the next couple of years, that'll jump to 50 and then, you know, very quickly to 100%. So I don't really need to wait on this particular issue. There are issues where I think waiting for the survey makes sense, because my primary concern is, you know, is this a challenge for, you know, how does this impact teachers? And I do care about how this impacts teachers, and I think that some of the how the violations are dealt with is potentially helpful to teachers. But this is what's good for students. This is what students, they need to be off their phones for an extended period of time.
I can understand what you're saying and where you're going with that. I also see that the policy on the second paragraph, the first couple sentences, at the high school, students are expected to put away their phone and any listening, recording devices upon entering the classroom. They're only permitted to do it if the teacher is allowing them to use it in conjunction with the lesson. And I feel that we are moving into more of a parental admonishment regarding these cell phones, rather than sticking with what we have in our policy for the administration to be able to apply if there are already infringements on the policy in the classroom. I think that anything more is going to potentially create more difficulty for teachers in the classroom with students and having to take something away physically from a student. And I disagree with doing this without having law behind us, and that's why.
So how do we get to a resolution?
Okay.
Because I feel like everybody's got their opinion,
We need
right?
to call the question.
Can I make a?
So I
Can I make a
can go
suggestion?
ahead and, how about we do this, and if everybody understands this, unless somebody needs to say something that they haven't said, they don't feel like they've been heard. I can go ahead and propose an amendment to include this language. Ms. Green, do you have this language, so I can just refer to it as the language stated in this paper?
Can I throw one thing out there that I think will be uncontroversial?
What?
In the list of devices that are, this is why all personal electronic devices including, and then there's a list, I want to add excluding calculators. The students are allowed to bring their own
Because you want, okay.
calculators to
Can you
class.
do me a favor? I'm not going to remember. Can you remind me when I do the amendment?
Well, just write it in there. Just
Yeah,
write it in there, and
yeah,
then when you give that.
Remind me to include that
Okay,
part.
okay.
So, is everybody okay with me proposing an amendment? And if you don't like it, please just don't vote for the amendment. Does that sound good?
Can I make a suggestion? Now, obviously, Mrs. Hall, I agree that we should definitely see what the survey comes back with. Would it be, can we just do the top part without the enforcement, the offense part until after we hear from the survey? Is that a good compromise?
What do you mean by the top part?
This part here,
Page 18
from
versus page
pink to
87.
pink.
Okay, well, how about we do this? Mr. Wilson, let me know. Let's try to do all of it, and then I'll propose an amendment with just that and see if that flies. Does that sound good?
Can you do one more thing?
Oh, my
No, I'm serious. For the first amendment, can you, I know there's going to be amendment to remove the 13th bullet point under Class 2 violations, which is my suggestion.
Right.
Can you make that one separately? Because I'm not necessarily going to vote on that one the same way I'm going to vote on the rest
Okay,
of it.
all right. So would you like that one first?
Yes.
Okay. I propose, I motion an amendment to, okay, hang on. I'm including yours first? Is
You're
that-
excluding mine, so to remove the 13th bullet
Okay,
point from
okay.
the draft.
I would like to motion an amendment to the handbook motion, removing President Henkel's on page 86 inclusion of the Class 2 violation description. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion?
We had it.
Okay.
Are you okay if we change it to
Yes,
remove the
please.
13th bullet point on page 86?
Sure.
Because I think that's a
That
little
works
easier
for
to
me.
write.
Yep.
Okay.
And if that makes your life easier, it's all good for me. All in favor, say aye.
Well, I don't see it on 86. It's actually,
My
just because
page
I want to
says
be.
Would be
Page
page 86 of
Of the,
All right.
of the draft?
of the draft.
Okay, all right. This says final draft, and I see it in there. But if we just say the 13th bullet point under Class 2
Right,
violations.
the 13th bullet
Under
point,
Class 2
violations.
Okay.
By saying aye, you're agreeing to remove it. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any nays or abstentions?
Nay.
You just wanted to be on record for that.
I did.
All righty. I would like to motion a second, well, hang on a second.
This is a new motion.
It's fine, because now the motion stands amended. So we're back to the main motion,
But-
which
but-
stands
but
amended.
hang on.
Amended.
We can only do two more,
Nope,
correct?
you can only
No,
have a
'cause they
stack
stand
of two.
alone.
You only have a
Gotcha.
stack of two
This
amendments,
is
so you
not
can
stacked.
move to amend, and
I
then
see
you can move to
exactly what
amend
you're
your
saying.
amendment.
Thank you so
But we've
much.
already come back to the main motion.
You're 100% right. All right, I motion to amend the handbook policy to include the handout that Dr. Reppert gave with all of Mr. Wilson's additions. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion further?
Quick question, does that include the offenses section at the bottom?
It does.
It includes everything. We're going to go
The
for,
whole front.
All right.
go for broke, everything.
All right, so you have a motion and a
And
second?
you have a second. Any other discussion?
I move to amend your amendment to include that excluding calculators after the list of devices.
That's helpful.
Do I
Thank
have a
you.
second?
Second.
Second.
All right, now we vote on whether, this isn't voting to approve the amendment, it's merely approving.
Just to
that
exclude
if the
calculators.
amendment is made, calculators will be an exclusion that are allowed.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any
back
nays
to-
or
Oh, yeah,
abstentions?
any nays or abstentions?
Nay.
Nay,
So
okay.
you want calculators
I
excluded.
am so lost in this discussion.
And
I
I don't
understand.
blame you.
My
I
amendment
really
is
like-
only
I
to
just-
say calculators are allowed in the classroom,
All right,
even if
so
this
that's
passes.
what we're voting on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
We
it,
already
not,
know
You're-
that
If you're
calculators are
okay with
allowed.
calculators in the classroom, you should vote yes on this.
all right, and we will try to be more kinder in the next vote, so that everybody knows
Yeah.
what they're voting for.
Now we're back to the.
Now
main
we're back to the main one that,
We're back to the first amendment.
that includes Mr. Wilson's. So if
Can we
you're-
go back, did anyone vote no on that? Because I'm getting confused.
Mary Lee.
Are you a no vote on?
We already know that calculators are.
But I'm saying that this could exclude them.
I don't think it's necessary is
Okay,
all.
all right.
Okay,
So I
so
just-
she's a nay.
Okay, so no.
Yeah, so moving back to the previous amendment, any ayes will be accepting as written this page along with the handbook. All in
I
favor?
would like to call a roll call vote.
Okay, that's,
Mhm.
go for it. That makes it easier.
Can we,
All
can
right.
we amend it to remove that section?
So a yes vote is adding this to
It's
the
all of
no
it, though.
vote is not.
Do you want to remove that?
But I mean, do we want to hold on this until we get the teachers?
I don't personally.
So what, Mr. Wilson, what I was recommending was try to go for broke, get it all. If that doesn't pass, do another one. Sound good?
Okay.
Well, I can just tell you, I'm not going to go for it either way.
Well, we'll
So
do
that
roll
helps.
call.
Let's do a roll call.
We're in a
vote.
roll call vote.
Could we have
Streamline
Dr.
it
Bryson
too.
speak?
Could I speak,
Oh,
please?
did you need to say, absolutely.
Yeah. Joe, I'm not sure why you're talking about the bottom piece, but I want to quickly talk to the bottom piece. So we know we have a lot of addicted high schoolers to cell phones. It's the whole reasoning, at least in part, is why you're proposing to make cell phone ban. So on day one, when the students walk out of class, out of first period, into the hallway, and 800 students take their cell phones out, what is the expectation of the board?
What was the expectation in elementary school when we first changed it?
Well, the challenge, though, in elementary school, we might have a handful of kids
It's going to
that
be
have
more
the cell
with high
phone.
school.
They're addicted. We're reaching and addressing an addiction to the phone. So all I'm saying is we can tell them cell phones are to be put away. When I walk into the hallway, I can guarantee you, many are going to go back to what the rule is today, which is they can pull a phone out, check it, and put it back in their pocket. So what I'm saying to you is I would highly recommend you reconsider this bottom part. If you're definitely going with a cell phone bell-to-bell ban, because I do not want our staff forced to start taking cell phones from kids who are addicted, because they're going to get a really nasty reaction from a portion of our population of kids, which turns into a power struggle, which turns into additional discipline that's unnecessary if we would follow what at least our regular enforcement of the cell phone policy could be the same. The thing that's changing is that it's now bell to bell.
Okay. So,
And then if it's necessary to change that in the future, we change it in the future. We bring the recommendation before the board in the future.
Fair enough.
so should we,
Let's, I mean, we can just.
We can pull back the amendment.
Yeah.
Do we have support for pulling back the amendment?
Yeah,
We're in
yeah.
the middle of a roll call vote.
Yeah, we were about to
It's,
vote.
but you can, if everyone's acceptable to
We can
say,
do a
okay, we're gonna
friendly
pull back
withdrawal.
and do just
We've
this
done-
part, and then we can do this part.
Is everybody
separately.
okay with a friendly withdrawal? I made the motion. Who did the second? Jane?
I mean, is anyone
Joe?
opposed
It
to
would be
pulling back?
Jason.
and-
Jason, technically, Jason, you'd be the one that would have to say that you're okay with a friendly withdrawal.
I'm okay with the friendly withdrawal.
Okay, so now what you're gonna move?
I'd like, yeah, okay,
Go.
please do
Okay.
it.
All right, so I move to accept the amended with calculators, so I'm just gonna move to accept the first section of the document that we've been provided before revised electronic violation offenses, with the alteration that it will say non-school issued devices, comma, excluding calculators. So I move to amend it thus. Do I have a second?
Second,
All right.
roll call vote.
Yeah, I think we've had discussion, so let's do a roll call vote.
Okay. Jen Henkel?
Yes.
I need clarification on what I don't
Just
understand.
the
Yes
top
is accepting,
section.
just
So
the
if
top
I
section.
say yes, that means I accept it. If I
You're-
say no, I don't accept it.
We're
Correct.
accepting amending the handbook to include this, so if you don't want to include this, you should vote no.
Go now.
So can I just ask a question? So where are the calculators are at the very top?
So it says including cell phones, smartwatches, earbuds, headphones, tablets, handheld games, and any other non-school issued devices, comma, excluding calculators.
All right, thank you.
Should I go to the next person?
I can
Yes.
say my yes again.
Okay. Nathan Henkel,
Yes.
Lisa Stoller,
Yes.
Joe Wilson,
yes.
Jason Decker,
Yes.
Bill Hall,
No.
Mary Lee Hall,
No.
Samantha Hall,
No.
Jeremy Hash.
No.
Okay, that was 5 yeses and 4 nos.
Motion carries. Alrighty, I don't even know where I am in life. 8.03, this
Oh, wait.
is, what's that?
That was just the amendment.
Oh, my heavens.
We have to.
We have to pass the handbook.
pass the
Okay,
handbook
so-
or-
Do we think this is efficient? Like, this is so not efficient to me.
Well,
I mean, it's 9:30. We are in the very beginning of the education. I mean,
I
this
agree.
really, like, this does not feel like a good board dynamic to me at all.
I mean, some things are difficult discussions.
It's not a
This is one.
difficult discussion. This was laid out earlier, and we went through all of this when we should have just voted at the very beginning.
I assume at this time, is anyone interested in amending with the second portion?
I am not.
Okay, all right, we'll leave that for now.
Okay, so we already had a motion and a second of the original one. Any further discussion on the handbook outside of those things? All in favor, say nay, say aye.
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 Any nays or abstentions?
Nay.
Nay.
That's what gets difficult about the nays,
I think
because
roll,
then they
we
have.
should
Yeah,
do a
well,
roll call
so you
vote.
can do a
There's
roll.
enough,
Yeah.
there's enough of a voice.
Okay, so I
Sorry,
call
that
for
was
division
my
of the
bad.
vote. Roll call, please.
Okay, Nathan Henkel,
Aye.
Lisa Stoller,
Aye.
Joe Wilson,
Aye.
Jason Decker,
Aye.
Bill Hall,
No.
Mary Lee Hall,
Nay.
Samantha Hall,
Nay.
Jeremy Hash,
No. Nay.
Jen Henkel.
Aye.
Okay, 5-4.
Alrighty. 8.03, it's a renewal agreement. Dr. Reppert.
Give me a second, let me get the other note.
I know, right?
Yes, this is, thank you, Mrs. Henkel. This is a renewal agreement with True North Wellness. We currently utilize them for assessments for our students, or our student assistance program. So like I said, this will be for the elementary as well as the secondary for next year. Just a quick note, last year, we had 129 elementary students that were assessed through student assistance, as well as 188 high school students that were assessed. I do not have the current as they're finishing out the 2025, 2026 reports.
Thank you, Dr. Reppert. Move to approve the renewal letters of agreement for the 2026-2027 school year with True North Wellness for elementary and secondary student assistance programs for $13,824.60 and $20,675.24 respectively. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion or questions?
And just to comment, just clarification for the public, these are assessments. So if it goes beyond an assessment, the parents' health care does kick in, their insurance does kick in. So I don't want anybody to think that, we're becoming the third rail of medical care. These are assessments, they're very important. That's basically what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Anybody else? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries. 8.04, class of 2026 graduates. Mr. Caleb Ross, do you want us to pass this one, or?
I feel like you guys probably should.
Okay, well.
I think I'd know 224 people that would be pretty disappointed.
225.
It's true, including myself.
Move to approve the 225, counting Caleb Ross, graduates for the class of 2026 from Susquehannock High School, pending completion of all graduation requirements. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion besides?
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Congratulations to the graduates.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. That's going to get really, I have to get used to that one. 8.05, this is the writing program that we were receiving, Dr. Hughes and Dr. Weinmiller. Zahner Blosser Cursive Writing Program for grades K through 6. Move to approve that very educational program, the Cursive for grades K through 6, at the cost of $38,866.80. May I have a second, please?
Second.
And I'm noticing in this, we're approving just the first part of it. We'll do the second part later. Is that correct? Okay. Any discussion or questions for Dr. Hughes?
No, thank you. I think this is great.
Exciting.
I look forward to us discussing something about typing in the future as well, because I know that's another topic that we've discussed. June?
June. She knows. You guys really did go above and beyond, and it really sets our district apart. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time with us, making it part of our core curriculum. Well done. We see you. Thank you. Any other questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.06, Houghton Mifflin Harcourt Reading Program. I made that, for grades 1 through 2. Dr. Ruppert.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Henkel. I may have to defer to Dr. Hughes, but this is part of our literacy requirement for grades 1 and 2 that will focus on the literacy skills that the students need to attain. Dr. Hughes, anything else you wanted to share with that?
So this is a part of the HOH program that we have currently for 3 through 8. We added the writing program last year, and then we had the bill that came out. And at the time that the bill was coming out, our teachers in our K-3 program were starting to come to us and saying, we need more. So they really were the ones that were the first layer of saying, hey, we need more of what's going to. So this actually is putting in place, we already have the full program for kindergarten, because when we bought the writing piece of this, we purchased the kindergarten, they didn't have it separated. So this then is for the 1st and 2nd grade. You'll see it's a higher cost for the 1st year, because what that does is that we have a lot of readers that will be included in this that are non-consumable. They'll be used year after year. And then the reoccurring costs are just the components that we need for the consumable writing in journal type things like the other program. So you'll see the 1st and 2nd grade, the cost a little higher for the 1st year, just because we have to buy all of those children's stories that go with those programs. But this will then have us ready for the law that's in place, so we'll be actually ahead of the game.
Again, going above and beyond what is expected and mandated, and continually, I sing your praises. Thank you so much. Move to approve the purchase and implementation of the reading program as indicated in the agenda for grades 1 through 2 at a total cost of $36,528.67 and an annual cost of $20,931.75. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any other questions for Dr. Hughes? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.07, novel adoptions. I move to approve all of the novels listed in the agenda. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion? It was a lot of reading. Thank you so much, Dr. Hughes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.08, textbook adoptions. I move to approve the textbooks as indicated in the agenda. May I have a second, please?
Second.
I'm just going to go ahead and note that some of these, we really didn't have much of a choice, and Dr. Hughes actually allowed me to see what some of the contenders that weren't chosen were. I absolutely understand why they picked what they did. So, awesome job. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.09, Stage 1 curriculum maps as district-wide master maps. Dr. Ruppert.
Just for the board, we have 4 additional maps just for approval. Do get ready, we will have a couple more to kind of close out the school year at the June meeting, but with the driver's ed, video production, global studies, as well as the library, media grade 6 map.
I move to approve the following Stage 1 curriculum maps as district-wide master maps as indicated in the agenda. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.10, updates from the AI committee, Dr. Reppert and Mr. Wilson.
Just for we have two additional apps that will be added for Sphero Central for the elementary and Geo board, which is utilized for geometry class. One item that we have not, that we will bring to the June board meeting will be the digital technology handbook. We did receive some feedback after our last committee meeting. We've pared it from many pages down to, I believe, 12 pages right now. So we plan to bring that back to the board for your approval moving forward.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, anything else you want to share?
No, you stole it already, that we cut it down from, it was 79 pages. So, but we definitely got to cut down, and I think it definitely will be much more parent consumable. Really glad, looking forward to seeing the updated version in June. Thank you.
All right, 8.11, I move to approve a renewal of the authorized provider agreement with the American Red Cross for first aid, CPR, AED training provided by SYCSD trained staff for a period of 3 years. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Dr. Reppert, would you like to expound on this?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Henkel. Specifically, we have two of our staff members that do provide training of our high school staff, so this just provides them that ability to do so over the next 3 years.
Fantastic. Any discussion points or questions for Dr. Reppert? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.12, updates from Dr. Reppert. I'll give that to Dr. Reppert.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Henkel. Just for the community, as well as parents, communication had gone out regarding Chromebook collection. That'll start next week. It's been set out through the elementary, middle school, high school. Purpose of collecting is making sure we're taking a look at the devices, refurbishing them, getting a good cleaning. The students that had their devices, they will get the same devices back as they go into next year, unless it's one that is being replaced at that grade level. Just as a reminder to parents, make sure, as well as students, that you turn in your Chromebook charger and protective case. And if those are turned in and there's no issues, there may not be any liability or charges. But if there is damage to those devices, missing keys, et cetera, they would be invoiced. The parent could be invoiced for those. And then our plan is to redistribute sometime within that second week of school. There'll be communication going out about requirements. Over the summer, parents will get the summer mailing, and that'll come through Parent Square. We'll need to have the emergency cards completed, emergency information in Sapphire, Chromebook guidelines, COPA, signed off on the handbook, because the handbook includes acceptable use and all the other components we want to make sure our students are up to date on prior to getting the Chromebooks reissued at the beginning of next school year. So more information to come over the summer when they're going to get them back, but more specifically, they will be collected by the end of next week.
I heard a rumor that the process slightly changed this year, and when the Chromebooks turned in, they all have to be turned into Mr. Wilson. Is that true, or is that just?
God, I hope not.
Is that an amendment?
We can neither
Just a rumor?
confirm nor deny.
Just a rumor?
Just a rumor. All righty. 8.13, I have no other items of business. President Hinkle.
All right, brings us to item 9, finance and budget. I'll turn over to our treasurer, Mr. Decker.
Thank you, President Henkel. Item 9.01 are our financial reports. So for your information is our treasurer's report, our tax collection report, our budget status report, and our cafeteria report. I'll just provide a brief overview of our treasurer's report for April. Our general fund concentration account began the month with $696,766.10. We had deposits of $3,192,734.81, disbursements of $3,233,472.39, leaving an end-of-month balance of $656,028.52. Our tax collector accounts ended the month with $44,281.50. In our investment accounts, we began the month with $34,600,840.64. net of interest, purchases, deposits, maturities, redemptions, that was minus $1,560,709.26, leaving us with an end-of-month balance of $33,131,000.38. The details on all of our investments are below. I did want to ask Trevor, the PSD LAF term series, is that a treasury product, or what is it?
It's a combined product, so ISLAF is one of the investment banks we use, and they participate in different investment programs, so part of it's collateralized, different banks, things like that that we're allowed to invest in to get those higher yields.
Okay. Great. Okay, we'll move on to 9.02. This is our bills for payment, exonerations, and refunds and budget transfers. So we're going to start doing these as a block. So I will move to approve the following bills for payment, exonerations, and refunds and budget transfers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Having heard none, the motion carries. Item 9.03 is the adoption of the general fund budget for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. So I will motion to adopt the general fund budget for the 2026-2027 fiscal year per the resolution. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I'll open discussion by recognizing my colleague, Mr. Hall, who I understand would like to make a few remarks.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Decker. So I just wanted to take a moment to talk a little bit about the tax increase, or the fact that we're not having a tax increase, which I guess we'll be actually addressing that in the next bullet. So the statement was made to me that you should raise taxes because it's not an election year. And that next year is an election year, so, you know, there's going to be a lot more pressure next year to raise taxes, which I think is an accurate statement, that next year is going to be a lot more pressure. But in a sense, I reject that. If raising taxes is the right thing to do, it's the right thing to do. I don't care if it's an election year or not. And if that is what I feel is required, I'll do it, whether it's an election year or not. If the people are unhappy with that and fire me, well, then so be it. But I would like to say that, and speak to really the community, that it has been my desire through this process, and I do believe we're going to get there, that we have an all-the-above approach to this fiscal problem that we have. And we do. We have a fiscal problem. There's lots of reasons for it, but it exists, whatever those reasons are. And that all of and above the approach in time, I believe, is going to incorporate tax increases. It has already, in our current budget, incorporated some attrition. Now, I don't know that that attrition is, I feel that if we had an extra $100 million in the bank, that the attrition was still appropriate for the fact that our school has been declining enrollment to 11% in the last 7 years or so. So, although I understand that attrition is painful, it is still necessary, not because we want it, but because our community is voting with their lives, and it is the result of what we are receiving as a board. We don't have any control over that. The community controls that. and we are representatives of the community.
Sometimes biology controls them.
Well, okay, whatever the case may be, that is outside of our control. I think the third leg on this stool in my mind is, what are we doing to trim our budgets to try and respond to that? And I think that that is an active process that is happening. Articulating it has seemed to be more elusive because it's sort of a unfolding issue. It's not something that's happening. It's happening organically. It's not happening at the wave of a wand or the strike of a pen. So I would like to take this chance to speak to the community to say that those are the reasons and those are the things that we have, as a board, have been wrestling with, those three components. And that it is very likely, from at least my perspective, that a tax increase is coming in the future because it is the third leg on the stool. And you're not going to get it all done with two. It's probably going to take the third leg. But I know that we've received not as much communication as we have on some other more hot-button issues, but we've definitely received communication on both sides of this issue. People, desiring to see taxes raised, people desiring to not, and back and forth. And at the end of the day, we sit in these chairs and we have to make these tough decisions. I just want the community to know that they are the things that we have been wrestling with, and it's at those things that I come to my decision that I would not, even though it's not suggested in here that we would raise taxes, that I would be a no vote to raise taxes this year. But I think that the likelihood in the future is that I would vote the other way because it would be the right thing to do.
Well, I have questions in response to those things, which I don't begrudge your opinion. I think that no one really wants to raise taxes, but we also have a responsibility to fund a school district appropriately to provide a fair education. And I think that by not applying the slow and steady wins the race kind of thoughts to raising taxes, we're not even offsetting the running costs this year, and they're only going to increase to next year. And my concern is that, sure, maybe there's no tax increase this year, which I would definitely be in agreement with the 2.98%, which was the lowest tax increase levy. But next year, we're going to be needing to go above the Act 1 tax index in order to sufficiently have funds for the projects that we just discussed during our executive session, or being able to appropriately put money back for the York Tech or the Learning Center for the JOC and the JOA that we just learned about, that we know that there's going to be those education costs that we're going to need to fund along with other districts. And then we also have to think about what new spending we need to do, right? What's going to be coming down from Harrisburg? Of course, the board would like to see the Cursive coming back, and we initiated that great before it was a mandate from Harrisburg. But now it's a mandate. And with that mandate did not come any grants. That was just something that the schools were supposed to do. You see how much that costs. That money just doesn't appear. We need to be able to plan for the future. And there are going to be more considerations coming down from Harrisburg asking us to pay for things that we are not preparing for in our future. And I can see that we're kind of just skating through by the hair on our chinny chin chin this year. But I think that it is a remarkable feat that we have so much attrition this year. I don't see that, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Bryson, that is historical attrition in 1 year that typically happens over time, not in 1 year. So I feel like that is definitely not going to be able to happen next year to offset the costs. And on top of that, we're also going to have increasing running costs. We're going to have increasing funding staff, right? We just saw in our executive session how that looks. right? There's a lot of dollars that are gonna need to go out the door there. So I feel like we're sure not raising taxes from the feel of the board this time, but I feel like this is gonna hurt us next year because we're gonna have to go and double dip next year, and that's gonna hurt even more than slow and steady. I understand that York County taxes increased every year since 2014. The district hasn't done that. I know that from talking to a local tax collector, that there isn't a grumbling out there, but there is an expectation because it's been so long since the school district has raised taxes. Everyone knows costs are going up. Our own costs and our own families are going up. So the district is not saved from that. Those costs are going up. That money can't keep coming out of our fund balance and just dripping out our savings every year. We have to be able to be responsible and keep that money in there so that we have those dollars for unexpected mandates that come down and expenses that come in from education. So I think in my perspective, it's not responsible to slowly give a little bit back to the school. And the only way we can do it is how Harrisburg has mandated school boards to, and that is through property tax. And if a person needs to really understand that, that is not us. That is going to our legislators and asking them, we need relief. We can't have our taxes raised all the time in our property tax because that is just killing us. It's too much money. But that is the only way Harrisburg has allowed us to be able to fund the school district. And even though no one wants to do it, we have a responsibility to fund it. What happens if we don't have the money? Then our students are absolutely going to be affected. And I've heard lots of board members tell me, if it's affecting the students, then we are going to raise taxes. There's no way around it. But you think this isn't going to affect the students, not to be disrespectful, but all of it is. I'm already hearing staff members that are concerned about behavioral support, that's not going to be there. And that's concerning for me because we all know there's always that one little kid, right, that Bill was talking about earlier,
Johnny,
that might disrupt the entire class, and there's just no getting around that one. And you need support. Our staff needs support, especially when we have so many wonderful retirees that are leaving. That is going to be felt, and that is not just going to be felt on staff members, but students too. So I think it's pretty dangerous what we're doing here. You know, it might feel good to not raise taxes, but I'm thinking, I'm staying up at night because that Act 1 index, I'm thinking that might be a problem for us next year. And that's my piece. It's 9:52. I'll let somebody else go.
Mr. Hall, could I ask you a question? You said that, you were not, that if we have to raise taxes, we have to raise taxes. What is it? I mean, we are running a $2.6 million deficit. Is that right, Mrs. Green?
I think that's about what we're using for fund balance, maybe a little bit more.
Okay.
Pull it up.
What would convince you that it's time?
As I've said before, one of the legs of the stool is me understanding what we are doing internally, outside of attrition, what we are doing internally to, one, respond to the fact that we have less students, and two, respond to the fact that we are trying to rein in our spending, which any family would have to do in those circumstances.
But we've already been given that
Every family
list,
in our
right?
community is already doing, because that's just the current economic times that we live in. I have not seen that, and I've asked the question. We have been informed that with some time, because it is fluid, we will be able to see what that looks like. We will be able to see what that internal modification to budgets looks like. But as to this point, I've not seen it.
We
And
just got it. When we talked about the budget in March, we got a list.
with all due respect, That is not what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Because I asked the question, are we cutting the budgets, the athletic budget? The answer was no. Now, we're not increasing it, which I can respect that. I get that. I respect that. But we're not cutting it. So it's not that I have this overarching desire to cut the athletic budget. I don't. But I do have an overarching desire to understand where are we cutting and what are we, because it can't all come from tax increases. It has to be all three legs of the stool. And I do not feel that I have ever gotten an adequate answer to what are we cutting? What are we drawing back on? What are we trying to do internally? Now, I understand that answering that question is going to be unpopular. You know, it is going to create maybe undue pressure from the individuals that are being directly affected by this. It's not that I don't understand it. It's that I cannot look at the taxpayer and say, I am raising your taxes, until I can look at them and say, I am raising your taxes, but we're also doing this, and we're also doing this. I can say that we are doing attrition. That's clear. That's been very, very well publicized. But I can't say that we shouldn't have done that anyway because of our declining population of kids, which we don't have any control over. What I can't say to them is, I know we're asking more from you, but we're doing more too. We're doing the best we can too, as I'm asking more for you. Now, I do believe that that is going to come in time. And I also believe and understand that it may not be that simple at this moment. But I believe as we go through this budget, it's going to become clearer and more apparent, and that quote-unquote list of things will become apparent. And then I will have the understanding that I know we are doing the best, and then we can raise taxes. Right now, I don't know that.
But outside of that, isn't that salary and benefits, right? That's the majority of the budget. And then we do have, evidence of the district going back through to receive grants and apply heavily for grants. We received 906,170 Ready to Learn block grant last year as just one of them. That's almost $1 million.
Well, that's not the same thing.
Yeah, well, it is, though, our district doing what they can to find funding outside of the tax levy.
It's still not the same thing.
Well,
When we have these situations come in.
That's your perspective.
but we're not applying $2 million by not having colored paper, right? I'm
I
just
agree.
throwing that out there.
No, but if you add up all the situations and times that we have had come up in these meetings where, we've seen, hey, somebody's coming to us and saying, we need money for this. Well, why did it happen? Well, it wasn't planned for. Well, why not? Well, just wasn't.
Wait, wasn't, or were you referring to exactly?
One of the situations is the trucks that we looked at. The trucks were not properly
Hold on, they were budgeted.
No.
They were in the budget, we chose not to do them, but they were planned for. They were budgeted, so I just want to be clear, that's not inaccurate.
But he's talking about
They were
me.
definitely planned.
because the maintenance was not, the proper maintenance was not done on them, what it could have been done to keep them running longer.
Are we referencing like undercoating the truck? Not to go down a road, but I want to say, if we're talking about a 15-year-old truck that spreads salt as part of what we do with it, and we're saying that we should have got 20 years out of the truck or 25 years out of the truck, and I'm thinking to myself, I struggle to keep my own pickup truck on the road that long, and we're going to blame somebody for that truck rusting? Rust never sleeps. I'm struggling, and I am struggling to say that we're not doing enough or we're not being transparent. We will do whatever you're looking for us to be transparent with, Bill, honestly. But when I go back and we look at the presentations where we're cutting 10% from all the building budgets, we're losing 20 people through attrition. That will impact kids, I do agree with you. Can it be Can we deal with it? Can we move forward? Can we still provide a high level of education? Yes, but it will have an impact.
But can we lose 20 more next year?
No.
Because we
No,
would need to lose that.
No, for two reasons. I don't think you will have that same perfect scenario where the positions that are lost are ones that we can reshuffle, and it becomes much more difficult to reshuffle at that point.
You wouldn't be able to do it because the population of the school is not going to decline. It's declined
Right.
11%. It's not going to do that in
But
one
Bill,
year.
we had our inflation over the past 10 years has been 38.75. So like we've seen 30 kids a year disappear, 30 kids a year. I mean, that's not 300 kids in one elementary school. So you can't say like, oh, and I thought the same thing too. I was like, 300, oh my gosh, that's a lot. Why weren't we on top of that? But you're not feeling it all in one place. And then when you look at what that, and I want to say one other thing. Mrs. Hall and I have been on the board since 2021. Okay, I want to let you know what I'm seeing. I want to let you know that for all the almost 5 years that I've been on the board, I've rejected every tax increase and why I see it differently now. And that is when we first came in, we were in the middle of COVID and we got a lot of COVID money, right? A lot of COVID money. And so we had a surplus and our fund balance, you know, we're going up with that. We would see budgets where it would look like we would need to take out money from our fund balance. But then when, you know, the staffing, all of the things, Mrs. Green does a wonderful job of being able to, you know, give us a budget with some padding. And so we were always every year able to replace that money back in the fund balance. This is the first year we will not be able to replace what we have allotted from the fund balance back into the fund balance. This is the first year that we have been presented a budget less for next year, slightly, than it was for this year. When we look back at the inflation, part of the reason why, as a board, we were not having tax increases is because we had a surplus of money coming in, and the inflation in 2022 was 8%. And we said, hey, we are getting money coming in, we cannot pass this on to our taxpayers, but we are no longer in any of those situations. We are not going to be able to get next year $2.6 million from a truck or from, it's that, I mean, the math doesn't math to me in that way, and I'm not a finance person. It just doesn't make sense that we can do that. And so we are in this situation where if we don't do anything, it compounds next year. And I didn't understand this probably for the first couple of years, but essentially every year we don't have a tax increase, it's like a cut. So every year we are cutting because that money that we get that year compounds and goes into the years thereafter that. So we've had, Mrs. Green, can you remind me again, in the past 4 years, we have had, tell me again how many years?
This is our 6th year, we will not have a tax increase.
6 years.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
So 6 years, we've been running a budget cut against inflation, against all the other higher costs. So to me, again, I was thinking about this, like, what does it mean to be fiscally conservative? What it means is you have to have revenues coming in to take care of your expenditures. And we are $2.6 million below that. So I'm not saying this to be argumentative. I'm not saying this for any other reason than to say, this is what I see having sat on the board for 5 years and why I see it's different and why I think it might be time. And can you tell me again, Mrs. Green, even if we did the most modest of the tax increase, that 2.96?
Yeah, 2.96, I think that's right, right?
On an average property, what does that equate to over a year?
I think it was $110.
And that, like, the property value assessment is like $200,000, $180,000?
Like 189 median.
I think it's 184.7 something.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
So
just under 190, yeah.
And it was $112 over the year?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yep, something like that.
So, I mean, what I want to hear is tangibly what is our plan? Because if we do the building projects that we say, and I saw the slide that I think that I saw, we would have $9 million left in our fund budget. That's less than 4 years of being able to use our fund balance to balance the budget.
So a couple things on that. I think that we've already had some discussions about some of the items in those building projects as not necessarily being things that we have to do or that we have to do in the way that they're specified. So I need, as Mr. Hall does, I need a better understanding of what we actually need to spend, because we're pursuing greatest needs and that we're not pursuing wholesale building projects. But we're not really down to greatest needs. That was fairly clear to me in the latest presentation, which is fine. I mean, it is their job to present us with. It would be efficient if you're going to do this. It would be efficient to do it at the same time. But we do decide: are we going to do that? Are we going to do it in that way?
So can I just ask, so just the struggle that I have with that is so how much, I would like to know, if we're thinking we have $9 million left, if we're not gonna do that, it's the lack of specifics that's what's making me angsty right now. I hear what you're saying, and I know that, but we just don't know what it's gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of specifics is also a concern for me, because we have to make those decisions, and that's a hard process, and it takes time. The one thing I want to mention is the idea of saying, when it affects students, then that's the line. I can't draw a line like that, because that doesn't recognize that every decision of this sort is a trade-off. There are two groups of people affected: taxpayers. Well, there are more than two, but we'll just say taxpayers and students. So we said, we won't do this, we won't do something that would affect students. Well, that means we're willing to do anything to the taxpayer. No, for me, it has to be a trade-off. And so, I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but I feel like it needs to be raised that it's not that, okay, here's the line, we can't do anything that would impact students. No, it can. We need to weigh the impact that it has. If it's a small impact, and it's a temporary impact, or it's an impact that's, okay, they may not get to do this thing that they like to do, but we can't do everything that a student would want to do, and it's always harder to take away than to add. That is always the challenge. It's much harder to take away than to add. But at a certain point, you have to. If a school declines to a certain size, if a school declines to have 300 kids across the whole district, you're not going to have 9 different sports at that point. So I do think we need to continue to look at, okay, we've had attrition, which is completely appropriate, given that there was basically, there wasn't really a reduction in staff until recently. There was a reduction in students over time. There wasn't actually a reduction in staff to meet that until then. That same thing has to be looked at with programs, that, okay, we might want to offer this program and that program. Maybe we need to scale this one back. Maybe we can't offer it to as many. And yeah, that's going to be unpopular with the people who want that program or want it expanded, want it to be larger. But there's another side of that, which is the taxpayers. And the increase can be small, but the amount over time is a lot. So it grows very slowly, and that's the income tax started at 1%. Now it's,
went north of 80 at one point.
Yeah, it went more than 80, but it's it's on the top brackets. It's 35, 38, I believe now, 38, I think. And the average tax rate is lower than that, but it's still a lot more than 1%, and it affects a much larger group of people. So these things do grow slowly over time, and I'm very, I want to be very careful, as Mr. Hall mentioned, to make sure we've done everything. We've looked at the staffing. We've got to look at the programs. We've got to look at other things to see, okay, what is appropriate for a district of our size, because it's not the same size it was 10 years ago.
Can I say a couple things?
Yeah.
So, first I want to clear up some misinformation. I've seen a couple comments from the public where they apparently think that people were out making anti-tax pledges. And being part of the campaign, I can tell you I'm not familiar with that taking place. So what was pledged and what was a central campaign plank was fiscal responsibility. That is very different from an anti-tax pledge. It's irresponsible for somebody to say categorically that he or she would not raise taxes under any circumstance, right? There's emergencies that can come up. I'm against deficit spending. Now, that's different from a structural deficit where where you're paying with some fund balance, but when it comes to actually adding debt to the school district, I am against that. And so if I was confronted with a choice where you either have to add debt or you have to raise taxes, I believe that you should be paying for today's government with today's dollars. And so I would be against something like that. Our budget document shows that our long-term indebtedness in the district right now is $77 million. 69 million of that being bonds payable. And so that's about $8,500 per tax parcel, or about 2.5 years of school taxes on the average tax parcel. So I certainly would not be in favor of adding to that. And so I think it's irresponsible for anybody to say categorically that they never, under any circumstance, would raise taxes. But I also think it's probably even more irresponsible for somebody to say that they will never, under any circumstance, cut programs, right? Because, our cost per student right now, our vice president here did some chart work, and we're looking at a cost per student right now that is about 15 to 16% above. The rise in the cost per student is about 15 to 16% above the level of inflation. So we have, when we plot inflation on a chart and then we plot cost per student on a chart, you actually have a parabolic line on the cost per student. That's a red flag to me. To me, that suggests there's a scaling issue that needs to be looked at, and that there's more that needs to be done before we would consider something like a tax increase. And quite frankly, I said this in previous meetings, a school district with 3,500 students has different programs, extracurriculars, than a school district with 2,500 students. You were just making that point. So you can't say that you're never for any tax increases, because there's certainly emergencies and cases where you have big expenditures that you need to fund. And actually, when you have something like a building expenditure, I actually think that funding that with a tax increase instead of deficit spending is actually pretty smart, because what you're doing is you're actually creating a mini moratorium on that building expenditure, and you're taking it right to the voter in the form of a tax increase. So that's basically what I wanted to say. Any other discussion?
Just real quick, next year, we're looking at our comprehensive plan. Obviously, the programs we do, kind of the long range sort of, okay, comprehensive plan, well, that includes all of our planning. What our programs are going to be, what sort of education our students are going to receive. And, obviously, screens are going to be part of that conversation. Moving away from as much digital learning as we are would require us switching to something, well, that may be print. There will be costs associated with that. I would foresee, if that's what comes out of the comprehensive plan, that would have to be funded somewhere that we don't currently have. So, again, I think the comprehensive plan is a good opportunity to address a lot of the concerns that I'm here, at least here tonight.
The point about the per student spending exceeding inflation is an important one to me, because if any expense that persistently exceeds inflation is ultimately unsustainable. If it exceeds it by very much, you can exceed by a little because of GDP growth, but economically, you can't exceed inflation by much, because if you can do it for a little bit, but you can't persistently do that, because you will eventually use all possible revenues. So I do think that I do need to see us address that, and that if that means certain program cuts, whatever it means, we can't just mathematically, that can't happen forever. So we have to address that. We have to address the trend of per student spending exceeding inflation.
So how are we going to do that?
I think there's going to be, that's per student spending. So revenue doesn't fix that problem. It fixes it temporarily. But if your trend in per student spending is increasing faster than inflation, eventually you run out of revenue. So it has to be addressed through spending cuts. It has to be addressed through finding the things that, with our district, at the size it is now rather than the size it was 10 years ago, what are the programs that this district should have?
And it can't be done, within within a contracted budget season, right? It's an all-year thing.
Well, I mean, that's really what I'm asking. So,
What is the plan for the future?
right, like how do we do that thing that you're saying? Like, what does that look like? Is that a year planning? Is that bringing somebody in to audit our finances? Like, what, you're asking some of us who feel uncertain to trust in not having a tax increase, but it's not being offset with, well, what is the plan to figure out what it is that we need to do? Right sizing, whatever it is, like, I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Do we have a number for what right sizing is? Do we have a number for, does this board have a number for, how many students do we have, like 2,700? What is a right size plan for that? Do we know?
I mean,
There's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, that'll be the budget.
So are we gonna do that this year? So that
Yes,
for next year?
Yeah, that'll be the budget development that happens this year. And I'm not saying that
So who will do that?
Trevor will do a lot of it. Dr.
But
Bryson will do a lot of
How
it.
is that, how can the board task this type of work without funding?
Well, this is
We're not
the
planning
work
for
of
the
developing
future.
the
We're
budget.
using a year going into a deficit. It feels like punishment to me.
I don't understand the question.
There's been
What was the question?
responsible fiduciary activity going on in our school district every day, right? We see it every month. It comes in. And we're placing the responsibility of a future budget plan without the idea that the board is going to support the budget.
That's going to
So
yeah, it's going to be a conversation
that-
this year.
That,
And
that is not sustainable. And I understand that there has been loss of students, right, with enrollment. However, the administration understands that too. And when you have 2 students in this class, 2 students in that class, 2 students in that class, does that really mean that you can sustain all of that staff reduction? No, you might still have 20 instead of 22, or 24 instead of 22. But does that mean that you need less teachers? Not necessarily, spread out over 5 different schools. So I can see where you're saying, oh, well, there's 300 students. Well, okay, but we also see that there are more students that come in and it flows. And we have to really think about that student to staff ratio too. And we want to provide a stellar education for every student. I don't like to hear, well, we're not going to be able to provide that program. Well, what program are we talking about? We are in a position where we are really getting in the weeds on something that as board members, we can't efficiently understand that. We are not educators, we are not administrators. Our job is to fund the school district, hire the superintendent, evaluate the superintendent, and build policy. That is our job. So I'm feeling like we're really getting into something that is going to cost our students greatly when it comes to their education. And you were just at the Presidential Excellence Award night and saw all of that opportunity and all that potential that's coming from the elementary school through the middle school into the high school. And I'm not going to want to look at that student and say, I'm sorry, this is not available for you because we didn't have the courage to do what we needed to do. And we need to be able to fund this district. And I feel like not doing anything this year is going to put us at an Act 1 risk next year where we're going to be above the index. And I just don't agree with any of it. I think that we should make an amendment and that we should do the 2.96% at the very least this year.
That will come on the next item.
We're not even
yeah.
selling anything.
Yeah,
We're not selling the land.
Can we vote on this?
Yeah, so this is just the budget vote.
So we have
That would be
a,
the next.
This is the vote to approve the budget, and the next item is the tax rate.
we have a motion and a second on the budget. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Can we give a thank you for Caleb once again?
Thanks, Caleb. Thanks, Caleb.
Thank you, buddy.
See you all at graduation.
Yes. Now that we voted on it, right?
Yeah, now that I just got okay. Sorry.
Do you need
help with Pumpkins and needles, huh?
Is that summa cum laude for you?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I wish I had an answer.
Okay. Wasn't 4.0 summa cum laude? Maybe?
My pre-cap grade is not amazing.
Oh, dang. Magna cum
Do
laude.
that to him? All right.
So the next item is 9.04. This is the adoption of our tax levy resolution. So I will make a motion to adopt the tax levy resolution for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. This resolution does not include a tax increase. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I would like to move to amend the motion to strike the language of 0% and insert a 2.96% tax increase.
Okay, the motion is on the floor. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion?
I mean, I think we largely had it just now, but.
I think we just
Agreed.
did.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't we do a roll call vote on the motion?
To amend.
To amend, motion to amend to add the tax increase.
Lisa Stoller?
Yay.
Joe Wilson?
No.
Jason Decker?
Nay.
Bill Hall?
No.
Mary Lee Hall?
Yay.
Samantha Hall?
Yay.
Jeremy Hash?
No.
Jen Henkel?
No.
Nathan Henkel?
No.
Those 2 yeses.
7-2?
No. Yep.
7-2, the amendment fails. We'll go back to the main motion. So the main motion was on the floor. We had a motion, we had a second. Those in favor, please signify your vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Roll call?
You want to do a
Roll call?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do a roll call on the main motion.
Joe Wilson?
Yes.
Jason Decker?
Yes.
Bill Hall?
Yes.
Mary Lee Hall?
No, and I want to give rationale that I think that not raising any taxes this year is going to mean that we're going to be up against the Act 1 tax index next year, and I feel that that's irresponsible. So I don't agree with a 0.00 tax increase, and my vote is a no.
Samantha Hall?
No.
Jeremy Hash?
Yes.
Jen Henkel?
Yes.
Nathan Henkel?
Yes.
Lisa Stoller?
Yes.
Okay. That was 7-2.
7-2, the motion carries. Item 9.05 is our homestead farmstead resolution for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. I will make a motion to approve the homestead farmstead resolution for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Those in favor, please signify your vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? Motion carries. Item 9.06 is revisions to the tax collection and policy manual. So I'll make a motion for the approval of the revisions to the tax collection and policy manual, including the approval of the senior citizen property tax rebate resolution for the 2026-2027 school year. Do I have a second?
Second.
Sue, it looked like a lot of mostly cosmetic changes here, change on some dates, but not a whole bunch of,
Yeah, it was just to update for the current, next year budget.
okay. Any discussion or any questions on this? Those in favor, please signify your vote by saying aye.
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 Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Item 9.07. I'll make a motion for approval of a tax collector resolution to appoint Rachel Wetzel as tax collector for the 2026-2027 fiscal year for railroad borough taxes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please signify your vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstention? Having heard none, that motion carries. Item 9.08 is our a la carte menu prices for the 2026-2027 school year. I'll make a motion to approve the a la carte menu prices for the 2026-2027 school year. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I do have one question.
Sure.
So when I look in the cafeteria report, I see we're somewhere around 52% participation rate, somewhere in that neighborhood. It's a lot of numbers to try and crunch down into one. Is that a good participation rate for our agreement with Chartwell's? And does this have impact upon that agreement as well?
Does the à la carte
Yeah, the à la
pricing?
carte pricing.
So when you have the National School Lunch Program, I'll start with the à la carte because the pricing for this is based upon, you can't subsidize the meal. So this pricing has to be high enough to cover labor costs and cover, so that's where
Right.
the pricing increases come from. You're also trying to incentivize the students to buy the whole meal. So if you take, or offer versus serve, which means if you take 3 components, it's a meal. So if you take any of the 3 individual components, they have to add up to more than a meal price when you do them à la carte. And so, long-winded way of saying, we have a lot of à la carte sales, but we're really trying to continue to push them towards the participation. So when you say 52%, I feel like that's pretty good. A lot of families choose to pack, and you know that's perfectly fine. The other thing is, honestly, when you're standing, because we stand behind and audit them and just make sure they're doing what they need to do. A lot of kids won't take 3 components. They want to have a slice of pizza, and they won't take a fruit. They won't, so we encourage, can't make, encourage. And so that's why we do see a la carte.
I guess my concern was more that we're hitting the numbers that Chartwell needs to continue doing business with our district. I know we're in a 3-year contract, but that's going to come to an end. So, I also understand that this is supplementing that, and I just want to make sure that that this is keeping that solvent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think we're doing well. Now, like when you look at the guarantees and stuff, we had some snow days, so we've got to factor that into it because obviously they're not selling meals on those days. Just want to make sure everybody understands it's a 5-year, so we can go up to 5 years.
It was 3.
No, we will be in the 3rd year next year, but it is up to 5 years, but you have to renew it each year. That's how food service works because it's a federal program. But I don't know if I answered your questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that if this is keeping them where they need to be, then that was really ultimately what I was trying to make sure.
It's keeping them where they need to be, and it's keeping us in compliance if we get audited, that we're not, a la carte's not subsidizing the free and reduced meal.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please signify your vote by saying aye.
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 Any nays or abstentions? Okay. That motion carries. Item 9.09 is our renewal of our network security software. So I'll make a motion for the renewal of network security software at a cost of $13,372.50 per year for the 3-year term of July 1st, 2026 through June 30, 2029, to be purchased through the Lincoln Intermediate Unit. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Quick question. Is this pretty much like a antivirus thing for our whole network? Is that what this is?
And it's for that and for hardware. It's the security behind
Gotcha.
hardware.
Thank you.
The servers and all those.
Why are we getting it through Lincoln Intermediate? Is that just how?
Consortium pricing.
Ah, okay.
Those in favor, please signify your vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Item 9.10 is the renewal of VMware licensing. So I will make a motion for the renewal of VMware licensing at the listed cost for the 35-month term of August 1st, 2026 through June 30, 2029 to be purchased through the Lincoln Intermediate Unit. Year 1, $48.39.84. It's prorated. Year 2, $52.80. Year 3, $52.80. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Is this the same deal kind of thing?
Consortium pricing, yes.
Right.
Those in favor, please signify your vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Having heard none, the motion carries. Item 9.11, online payments for property taxes. So this is an informational item. Sue?
So you have a board briefing attached. Years ago, when we collected taxes within the district, we did offer credit card payments. When we switched to elected tax collectors, the company would not do individual agreements with the tax collectors, so that's why we didn't have credit cards for whatever, it's been 12 years or what have you. They're now, it's the same company we use, which is a great company, Misc, is working with our tax collectors, and shout out to Mr. Carrington who's worked with them. Most of our tax collectors are open to collecting via credit cards, which I think would be good for the taxpayers. And then for us, we do collect for railroad. I think it's 108 parcels. So we would need to bring that back in June, because one thing we wanted to make sure of is if you live in Southern York, you'd have the same ability to do a credit card transaction. We don't want it to be like, if you live here, you can, but if you live over here, you can't. So we believe we'll be able to have that in place for next year.
So it'd be district-wide.
Hopefully, but again, each agreement's with the tax collectors, so they'll have to follow through. But it seems initially in talking to them that they're supportive of that.
Thank you.
That's great, thank you. Thanks for the work.
Item 9.12, other items of business. I have none.
Could I just,
President? I'm sorry?
I would like to see if I could add something to that. I would really like to understand what our next step is with a plan for looking at our budget for next year. I would like to understand timing of that. Are we assembling a committee or a council for that? Just anything to start to break that down for me. Would that be reasonable to come back and report in a month? Would it be reasonable to come back in August? Just to understand what are our board officers thinking for that? Because I wanna know.
I think we'll
put a
take that
discussion item
offline, and yeah, we'll come back to you, and we'll definitely.
Would that be June, August?
Let's have a discussion item in June. We can use it if we're ready and not if we're not.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
President Henkel.
All right. Brings us to personnel and policy, and I'll turn it over to Mrs. Samantha Hall.
Thank you. Item 10.01, appointments to the Southern York County School District Foundation Board of Directors. I make a motion, the Board of Education to consider appointments of the following to the Southern York County School District Foundation Board of Directors for 3-year terms effective July 1st, 2026. So I make a motion to elect Mary Lee Hall, School Board appointment, Robert Bryson, School Board appointment, Trevor Carrington, School Board appointment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries. Item 10.02, Board Treasurer. I would turn this over to Mrs. Staler to talk to us about the nominating process and our votes.
I received one, thank you, Ms. Hull. I received one nomination for Nathan, for Mr. Decker, for the treasurer. As far as nominations, I sent out a posting requesting anyone who wanted to nominate anyone, another board member for the position of board treasurer to send their nomination to me. Then I reached out to that nominee and requested a prospectus, just listing their qualifications, why they would be, what makes them qualified for the position. And I presented that to everyone for a vote for this evening.
Thank you. Do you want to go and conduct the elections? Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, it says board president.
Oh, does it say?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So I'll open the floor for any other nominations. We have Mr. Decker in nomination. Are there any other nominations? All right, hearing none, I'll move to close nominations. Do I have a second?
Second.
If you're in favor of closing nominations, say aye. Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Okay, nominations are closed. All right, and because we only have one nominee, we'll just take a voice vote for that. All in favor of Mr. Decker for treasurer, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, he will serve as our treasurer for another year.
Okay, thank you. Item 10.03, board secretary. Again, I turn it over to you for the nomination.
That one,
Oh, yeah. So there's a recommendation that I'll go ahead and nominate. So I'll open the floor for nominations, and I will nominate Mr. Trevor Carrington as board secretary. Are there any other nominations?
Doesn't the board secretary have to be an employee by the school for certain reasons?
Yeah, so there was some discussion about, just as roles are changing, I looked into it because I was like, can we take some things off of Trevor's plate because he's taking on a lot of stuff? And the answer was, no, you'd actually make it much harder if you tried to, because there are legal requirements for a lot of things have to be done by the board secretary by law, specifically the board secretary. And some of those things, like the example Mrs. Green mentioned to me, was turning the audit around. It'll arrive and there's a scramble to get that thing turned around like same day, and it has to be signed by the board secretary. You can't delegate, we can't even by policy delegate to anyone else, it's by law. So with that understanding, it made sense to, yes, continue to have the board secretary role be someone in administration in our district, and I think Trevor will do a great job with it. I just wanted to understand whether that was anything we could take off his plate, and it turns out no. So since we can't take it off your plate, you'll do great with it, is my opinion on you. So anyway, are there, so that was also my endorsement. Any further nominations? All right, I will move to close nominations. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. If you're in favor of closing nominations, say aye. Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Nominations are closed. As we only have one nominee, we'll signify with a voice vote. If you're in favor of electing Mr. Carrington to the role of board secretary, say aye. Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, congratulations.
Or condolences on that.
Okay, moving on, item 10.04, the 2026-2027 Compensation and Benefits Program. I make a motion to adopt a 2026-2027 Compensation and Benefit Program to cover non-union support staff, non-Act 93 salary staff, Act 93 administrators, and cabinet administrators, including updated agreement, other positions, and substitutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Item 10.05 is for your information, just a quick little update on it. It's the first reading of Board Policy 815.1, which is our acceptable use of generative AI in education. As I always share a little bit about how we got to this point, as part of our board policy process, We made changes that were discussed, I think, 2 board meetings ago, and it required a legal review, and it had to go back to a first read. So tonight represents the first read of this policy, and it will be published for public review next week, and then we will move to a second read in June with a board vote, and upon the passage of that vote, the policy is final approved and effective. Yes, effective. Item 10.06, review of updated policies. Again, this is just for your information for policies that are on the cycle, and will be up at our next board meeting for our first review, our first read, and then it will go back to a second read at our August meeting. And then item 10.07, other items of business. I have none. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to buildings and grounds, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hall.
Thank you, President Hinkle. Moving to 11.01, we have the buildings and grounds report and water test report and use of facilities. That is there for our information. Mr. Buffington, would you like to speak to any of those things?
Yeah, the water test reports, are favorable, and the buildings and grounds report, just for your information.
Okay. Thank you. 11.02, we have information in regards to the water test reporting with lead. So, Mr. Buffington.
Thank you. Annually, as the board may recall, I come and give a report about testing for lead in drinking water. So just updating the board, in our community, we follow the Pennsylvania DEP schedule, particularly for the main campus, because we have a well, as well as Friendship Elementary, we have a well. So they have intervals of when and how many tests to take. So we obviously need to follow that. We also follow that same schedule for Shrewsbury, even though it's a public water building. So we follow that schedule as well. The other update I'd like to give the board is recently, within the last, I believe, 2 weeks, the Pennsylvania Department of Education came out with a guidance to lower the limit to 0 parts per billion. There's been discussion throughout schools and the water testing about how that can be achieved and things like that. So there definitely is areas that we're working through with testing and looking into different things on that subject.
So in our history, would we still meet the new qualifications in our past readings?
In our past, we've had times when we've had traces, so was it 0? No. So there was, tests that had traces, but met the, we're under the limit, the limit.
The current one.
Yeah. Well, not 0, but we're under 15 parts per billion. A few years ago at Shrewsbury, we actually took some tests and then decided to replace faucets there because we were getting traces, and then one test was actually hit over the 15. So we had a conscious effort to replace faucets.
Yeah, because that building's plastic, water line, so it just had to come from the faucet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some of your older faucets were lead and brass, so.
Yeah, it either came from the faucet and or from the public water coming into the building.
Right. Which is really hard to do something about.
Yeah. Certainly, we're all focused on having, good quality water for our students, staff, and public to drink. It's how you achieve that, that can be challenging, particularly when you're saying the limit's 0.
All right, if I could add something real quick. I don't know if this is accurate, but been around long enough to see the new standard come out, and then they back up off of that
Yeah.
because they realize it's not manageable. You shared something with me recently that somebody had shared with you, that the parts per billion in a purchased bottle of water is on average around 2 parts per billion, so they would all fail. So now think about this. If you were required to have water shipped to your buildings because you weren't meeting
It would be
the
even
current
worse.
standard, you'd be far worse off than what.
We were at 1, so now we have to buy bottles of water with 2.
Right. So there is some potential pushback. This is why I was like, 5 minutes, Randy, spend 5 minutes, because this one's going to evolve over the next 6 to 12 months, because I just don't think it's doable.
What I heard was you're on record now
I
attempted
don't-
poisoning of board members.
I'll have some.
You know, and the same thing happened to us, and that's why we have plastic water piping in Shrewsbury Elementary, because for a short window of time, they were very concerned about copper content in the sludge, and we ended up with plastic water lines in the building. They very quickly realized that it was not sustainable, and it all went away. So hopefully this won't put us in the same.
So we'll try not to give you a monthly update on that, but we'll learn more and then share.
Yeah, certainly. Okay, thank you. Moving on to 11.03, we have additional information on the potential upcoming capital projects. Mr. Buffington, take it away.
All right, I have Mr. Spar with me here again tonight. We'll give you a brief update of where we are, but just wanted to kind of review where we've been. We're looking at the immediate and high needs from a holistic point of view. Continued look at the long-term capital improvement needs, and the goal of keeping warm, safe, dry environment for students and staff and our public. This process has included various stakeholders, including construction managers, contractors, engineers, architects, district staff, and even Mr. Hall has sat in some of our meetings as well, looking at scopes of work and things like that. This process has also included a feasibility study that was completed in April of 2025. From that point, we developed a scope of work, and this board approved going ahead with a boiler room project, as well as roofing at Shrewsbury Elementary, and rooftop units, canopy, and skylight coatings. As we're looking at the next greatest needs, certainly the 3 buildings that are on the front screen are Shrewsbury Elementary, Southern L, and Southern Middle. So looking into that, ultimately, we started to develop a scope, and looking at the build of summer, or what we could do in the summer of '27. So just to kind of point out, you know, most of the projects that are part of this are replacements or maintaining existing systems, not a lot of new things that we're doing. It's maintaining existing systems that are near end of life. So what we're trying to do is minimize risk. So this evening, our agenda, you know, we'll obviously talk about the proposal for the build of summer of '27, which would be at Shrewsbury Elementary, would be the proposal for that. I'll point out it's important that many of the same needs occur at Southern Middle and Southern L, and we would, as we look into the future, propose a project in '28 for Southern Middle and in '29 for Southern Elementary. We'll discuss factors of the scope decisions and how, you know, we arrived at that. We'll give the recommendation as well. But the one thing I want to accent, it's important in order for us to meet the summer of '27, we would need to get started in design in June. So we would be coming back to the board asking, for that approval to start design, because if we want to hit the summer of '27, we would need to start by next month. So then we'll wrap it up with schedule and next steps. So, Mr. Spar?
Thank you. Good evening. Nice to see everyone again. What you're seeing in front of you are tables that you've seen before with immediate and high priority needs, as well as remaining project needs and options down on the left side. And that's all part of the deferred maintenance and necessary overall planning for the district. Over $14 million of projects, and you can see in that top red box, were identified for Shrewsbury Elementary in the immediate and high priority, with about $9 million identified for Shrewsbury Elementary School for the lower priority down with the box you can see on the bottom left side. And meaning that Shrewsbury Elementary had a total of over $23.5 million of deferred maintenance identified. So then we have to boil that down to greatest needs, and in listening to the board meeting, we understand we have to really look at the greatest of the greatest needs. So just as a reminder of the history of what we were looking at Shrewsbury Elementary, the red box on the right is that summary. So if you take the cost of the summer 2026 projects out and look at the recommendations that we had in April, which are down for May presentation, you'll start to see that really where we are now and today, we have more than $11 million at that school that we're deferring. And remember, every year you defer $10 million at 5%, it's about $500,000. That's the reality of it, but there's also gets balanced out of getting more for the systems that you have in and doing the best that you can fiscally to get the most out of them, just like, we give the idea of the car all the time. The next slide is a reminder of really the overall work deferred. And what you can see there, building by building, are the remaining immediate and high priority. So that's what's shown there. The total of that is about $22.5 million, plus anything that's important for Shrewsbury Elementary School that we're looking at tonight that we decide to defer further. So those are the highest priority needs that really need to go into your planning calculus for the future. When we looked at further reduction of the recommended scope from April, we looked at risk factors. And there are several systems that we're looking at that if they fail, they will cause the building to be shut down and not be able to be used, or classroom to not be able to be used, or wings. So Mrs. Green has said, we're kind of fixing the engine with the boilers, and now we have to go out and make sure each classroom is going to be able to operate. And those impacts for Shrewsbury Elementary School are listed at the top. So end-of-life HVAC equipment, end-of-life for fire alarm and specifically paging systems, because we can't continue to get parts for those. Then there's electrical distribution systems and generators, and those are things that when they fail, kids don't come to school or kids don't get to use spaces in schools. So those became the highest risks and the things that we really wanted to pay attention to. Of course, carpet's there as well, and there's some other areas with safety and access that should be reviewed by the district, including some safety projects and some accessible parking at the track.
Could you expand on the generator? If all of a sudden the generator would fail, we're not going out to Home Depot to buy one. What would be the process?
So when a generator fails for a school district, typically the kids are not going to be in school right away because it's required for code to be able to have an operating generator. Your generator at all these schools is exercised every week. If something goes down, the generator comes on, it's life safety. There are places that you can rent generators. So we would rent a generator. The Generator would come in, we would pay the connections to connect it, test it, then kids come back to school. Then, if we don't have one designed already, we design a generator, we order it and procure it. And I'm going to say that that's better than it used to be. That's at least 6 months, though, I think is really that's what I would tell you to expect. So you're renting a generator and you're doing that hook up and disconnect. And then when your generator comes, then you're putting it in. So effectively, you're losing days of school and you're spending $50,000, $60,000 at least to do that, to deal with that as a failure. And by and large, school districts that I see everywhere worry about that generator failure in their electrical system before they worry about almost anything else. So that's what happens when we run into a failed generator. So there are there are building functions these critical building functions, and we've put them all together. So HVAC work is really what we focused on because that equipment is at the end of its life. It's got failure rates, and the condition of it continues to be challenging for the school district to maintain. With replacing HVAC, there's some finishes work. When you take out fan coil units, you have to deal with flooring, or you have to deal with some painting of walls, etc. Sometimes there's a little bit of ceiling tile. So at the top, you have the HVAC equipment that should be replaced, plus those plumbing fixture connections there at the bottom that we know if we run into a problem with those fixtures, those connections, they could flood part of the building. At the bottom is the finishes that go with it. Now, the very top line is the carpet replacement. That carpet is worn out. That the number that's in there is for replacing everything, all the carpet. The majority of the carpet, and we had this conversation with Mr. Hall, the majority of the carpet, and I'm not going to tell you it's absolutely 100%, but it's most of it is in either classrooms, library, or offices that are heavily used, and the carpet's been used over 30 years. What we're able to do, though, is look at the needs for those finishes and say, if we buy the carpet for the district, because the carpet is so very worn, and we limit to about $107,000 the painting and any other flooring and any ceiling tile, we think that a good target estimate to deal with the finishes that go with the HVAC is about $800,000. So,
Question before you move away.
Yes, sir.
Does that also include the finish repairs that would happen because of the plumbing connections?
Between the plumbing and those finishes, I think we would be able to absorb that. I would want to look at that very closely, but we want to be as unobtrusive as we can and really thoughtful about how we make those repairs.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a great question. So all of that in total is about $4.15 million, and the recommendation is design this work now so that you're able to prosecute it whenever you want to, whether it's, the recommendation is do it first, because if you see the ranking on the right side, the highest priorities based upon what we've seen and what the administrative folks have seen are those top 4 things. So that's why we're recommending that gets designed and it's ready to go, so you can replace that equipment quickly. The next slide shows other critical building function work. And this is mostly related to electrical. And again, you'll see that those rankings are also very high. These are things like the generator or making sure that our switchboard can be maintained. We know that we cannot get fire alarm devices and really maintain the fire alarm system. We know the same thing with the paging system. So there are systems that we really need to replace soon, because if they fail, then you're back to some sort of hodgepodge of dealing with it because the system's failed and you have to meet code. And that's not anything that anybody wants to do. So the recommendation is get those issues designed. Part of what we would want to do is, like the switchboard replacement that you see there, instead of replacing it, service the switchboard. You can go in and you can look at the electrical gear with infrared technology and see are there hot spots, is something not working, and maintain it better. So there are ways within this to really work toward maintenance and not replacement. We know, though, with the paging system and the fire alarm, that's really not possible. So we think that designing out those needs or kind of working through all those to know what we do, have to do, and not have to do, or what we can maintain is recommended. There are projects that we simply took off because we cut them, and cutting them here means that we defer them further. So those are listed there from last month. There was about just under $1.7 million of projects that we said, you know what, these can be deferred further because we know that we can't fix everything right now, and we probably wouldn't do this at home, and we have to think that way with the tax money as well. So that should go in as future budgeting as you plan, but these are the things that you get to move around. You know what, we don't need to do it this year, and you push it down the road. It's okay to do it. Most school districts do exactly the same thing. It's fiscally responsible to do that. There are 3 other projects that are important for the district to talk about, for the board to talk about. 2 of those are security projects, and 1 of those is access for parking at the fields behind the high school. And they should be discussed separately.
So this next slide takes and puts a total to those areas. So you can see critical building function of the HVAC, 3.3 million. The related finishes, about 800,000. Other critical building functions, electrical in nature, a little over $1 million. Obviously 0 in for projects deferred. And then other important work, including those security projects, under 900,000 there. So for a total of $6,072,323. Now, as the design would start, and as we've done with the other projects, we would continue to look at the scope and try to refine, and hopefully drive that number down. That's not a guarantee, where if we start to get into things and it's worse than we know at this point, it could go up, but the hope is to try to drive that number down. So just to reiterate about deferred projects, 2 things. One, any project that's needed that goes into the future, as Mr. Spar had stated earlier, is going to cost typically more, about 5% every year we would defer it. The other thing that I would just mention to the board is, as we defer these items, it also increases our risk of failure, and then trying to keep school in session with some of these systems. So certainly, come back to what the schedule would be if the board would approve moving forward with the renovation in 27 for Shrewsbury. We would need, authorization to start design. We'll bring that back at next month's board meeting for your consideration. Questions?
Excellent, really. It's very, very clear consolidation of the meeting that you were in. I just do want to note to the board that on the final slide that summarizes everything, the related finishes, that $800,000 is directly connected to the first. Like, you're not going to do the one without the other. If we choose to do the HVAC building function work at the 3.3 million, the 800,000 is coming with it.
Right, because
so that we're clear on that.
If you cut into the ceiling tiles, you got to put in replacement ceiling tiles.
And when you cut the wall open, you have to fix it. When you tear up the carpet, you need to replace it, so on and so on. Just so that, I know there are two line items in there, but I want us to all understand that really, we do the one, we do the other. That would not necessarily be the case with the generator, which is the $1 million, that's more standalone. And then those other works, there are multiple jobs inside of that 861,000. They would not have to necessarily all be done. They could be broken apart. We discussed some of those earlier. But I do think it is a super clear breakdown, and I feel like you've already sharpened your pencil in a lot of areas, especially when it comes to the fit and finish work. You know, at the end, you've really already sharpened your pencil on that. I mean, I do think that, you know, you may pull some things off like you did with the rooftop units, where you know, you can save 30,000 or 40,000 or something. That is certainly a possibility. It's not a guarantee, but it's a possibility. But this is about as clear as it can get, you know, and we just have to decide as a board, you know, where we're moving with these pieces.
Mr. Hall, it might be worth noting, one of the reasons why we talk about the timeline we do is because there's one thing about deferring work. You push work off until later and it costs more money. When you defer design, two things happen. One, if there's a problem, you don't have a design in a box and you can go get what you need right away. That's one thing. Two, when you defer design and all of a sudden it's the end of the year and you want to design something and now you want to look at doing parts of a project or all of it, you're getting so close. Not only do you have lead time issues, but your contractors get busy, and the price for the same thing, if you'd have bought it a couple months back, goes up. And that is one of the worst things we can do with taxpayer money. So figuring out what we can do and we want to do early, or even in designing it so that you can make decisions, or going through the process and saying, you know what, we can repair and maintain the switchgear. We don't have to buy new switchboards or whatever. Doing that early puts you in a place to get it as cost effectively as you can. And it also has a plan that Randy has in his office, so somebody can say, Mr. Buffington, this happened. What are we going to do? Well, I know what we need to do. It's right here. We just go buy it and procure it and get it done, and you're ahead of the game. So that's why the timeline looks the way it does.
Okay, so talk to us about the four major components that you have listed there. If we say to you in June, let's design it all. Let's do the design work on all of it. And then after that design work comes back, you have a lot more information after that. You understand more about the switchgear. You've done, you know, your homework.
And we have refined numbers.
Right.
Or maybe we even have pricing and we have real numbers.
Right.
Yes.
And you come back to us and then we say, well, in light of that, then maybe we hold off on the generator, you know, in light of your findings. Where does that put us with you?
So when we do this, and it happens often because there's a lot of folks out there thinking about this the same way you are, we start our design. If we start our design and we find out, for example, we were talking about the switchgear or the switchboards, hey, this is what we need to do and that's it. We're not going to design a new one or go, you know, that's it. We know what we have to do and we stop. If we find out, for example, that we need something that's a little bit more, we'll alert you to it, and then we'll start looking for ways to reduce the cost impact of it or eliminate it some other way or whatever the case may be. As you go through that design, because we will come here and we'll talk about it, we may not do it as deeply as we're talking about the consideration for what we're going to design and ultimately build, but you'll get updates so that you'll know, hey, we don't need this, we will need this, we were able to do something differently. We go through that design process, and effectively, what you're asking us to do is design something that we would get paid for to do later when we were ready to build it. And so what we would ask the board for is that direction to do it, with the understanding that, and understand, we don't have to really design carpet, we select carpet. So there's not like a big design fee when we're just going, I like that color. That doesn't really cost a whole lot of time, much less money. But when it comes to selecting equipment, et cetera, we'll go through that process and you'll be up to date with it. We can bring pricing to you. Then you're deciding about what you want to buy. No, we don't need to buy the generator now, or whatever that case may be. When we do this through Giza, we get that direction because that's a commitment from the school board to say, we understand we're buying design from you, but we're saying, not only are we going to do this without getting paid all the way along the way, but we're going to stop. If something's simple, we're going to stop. We're not making it into a science project. But what if we did this? Now, the simple solution is, here it is. We figured out the way to make it work, make it last 20 more years. We're finished. We stop. And that's really generally how we do it, if that makes some sense to you.
So if I would just play out a scenario to you. So if we were to say, okay, let's look into the design of all 4 components, and you come back into the process and you say, okay, this is what we have come up with on the unit ventilators and all of that process, and we say, and then you see, this is what I've come up with on the parking lot, and we say to you, all right, we want to move forward with the unit ventilators. That is sufficient from SiteLogic's perspective. And we don't move on with the parking lot.
Right. What we would do is we would document everything all the work we've done. So you'd have a parking lot design that you'd be able to, if somebody came and said, we really need that, you'd be able to take that work, finish it or bid it out and finish it. So you do the design, you own that design work that's been done, but you pick what you want to build from there on out. And if these weren't all the greatest of greatest needs, I'd say, well, what do we not have to design? Because I don't want to see anybody, we don't want to design things that we don't need or not going to build. That makes no sense. But when they're the greatest of greatest needs, designing it, even if you want to defer something and have that design on the shelf, is quite prudent. And a lot of school districts do that.
If I can real quick, for the greatest needs, those components we're looking at, if we say go ahead and design that, how long are those designs good for? And what is that costing us at that time?
So
to design and have it on the shelf.
So the way I look at it is, when you design something, as you design, it gets deeper, and then you kind of get to a pricing stage, and there's a little bit more work that goes in from the designer after to understand what got put in and make sure it's okay. I typically would say, depending on what it is, it could cost 6% when you start talking about what's going on out, and it could even be more when you're doing the civil engineering outside, because civil engineering tends to cost more on those small projects. But when you're designing carpet, it costs almost nothing. It's literally a few hours of somebody's time to sit with the district, figure out where the carpet goes. And we're not saying, hey, pay us a percentage based on the construction value. We're saying just pay us for the engineering that it took us to do it, or the design it took. Because I don't want to I get aggravated when architects or engineers do simple things and they get paid on a huge construction value. I want to do everything based on a level of effort. So that's what we're looking at. So there's a range. The most expensive thing to design will be that work outside behind the high school. The least expensive thing to specify, I'll say, instead of design, it's just going to be carpet and paint and stuff like that. And then the normal things that we're designing, I'm thinking it's in the 5% range. So if you take just round numbers, if you're taking 5% of $6 million, it's about $300,000 across all of it. And some of it will be higher and some of it will be lower. So that's the commitment level. plus minus that you'd be talking about. I think maybe that's kind of what you were asking me, how much it would have cost if we
So
wanted
that's
to-
costing us, right, when we say go ahead and design, we're, bring back designs, we pay that 300,000.
Well,
correct?
if we're doing Giza projects, you pay that after we select them and start. And if you don't want to do anything, then we'd ask you to pay for that and we'd turn over the design that you would own.
Okay,
Okay?
that makes sense, all right.
So you don't pay for things that you don't get, and you don't get things that you don't pay
Right.
for. And that's typically, and usually, it works out really well because, and I didn't finish answering a good question you had. How long does it last? If the code changes or the model numbers change on this stuff because you've had it for 3 to 5 years and not used it, you pick it up again and you compare it very quickly, model number, like, let's say it's a fan coil unit. The fan coil unit in 5 years, that's a different model number, has the same performance that the one is, and you change the model number. So you might have a little bit of brushing up to do, but theoretically, it should last you, I would have to imagine it's gonna last you 5 to 10 years very easily without much to it. And unless you really wanted to change the system, it should last you for quite a while.
If we're using the generator as the example, we say, yeah, let's design, put it on the shelf for now,
Yep.
because that's saving us time in the
Yes,
future. We're not gonna use it till we need it,
right.
so it's gonna sit there. For
That's gonna be a
years.
quick check. Is this model that we specified still available?
Right.
Are there any code changes that happened? If not, you're off to the races. If there are, you make a small adjustment and you're finished.
Let me jump in there a second. So you save the design time, it's already designed, but you're not gonna save the 6 months lead time it takes to get the generator.
Right,
So we're
right.
still gonna be out
Right.
6 months to get the generator. And unfortunately, lead times fluctuate. So during COVID, they were much higher. During other times, so not just COVID, throw COVID out the window, other times, lead times can fluctuate. So that 6 months is kind of the current.
Yeah.
It could be more, could be less, but probably not much less.
Yeah, I would say that things are, I hate to say this, but things are kind of back to normal when it comes to those lead times. Things can change it, but.
At least we would have the design part out.
You'd have the design part out of the way, so you're picking up a couple months at a time, and depending on how you buy it, you can move pretty quickly if you need to. And when it comes to greatest of greatest needs, that's a very prudent way to attack it.
And I assume that when we're talking about having a design and then we keep it for a couple of years and it needs updated, and if we need you to update it, again, based on that idea that you're charging for effort, if it took 10 hours to do the design, but it's only going to take a half hour
Right.
to update it, we're getting charged for a half hour.
Correct.
So it's going to be a minimal cost to update it,
Got it.
to modern specs. I wanted to thank you. This is very responsive to what I was asking for at the last meeting. So thank you very much for this. I even appreciate having the finishes broken out, because even though they have to be done with that, it's helpful, because then when I see paint or ceiling tiles or flooring, I'm like, why are they doing, because it's part of the finishes that we have to do. Because otherwise I see paint and I'm like, well, if we're just painting a room that's already painted, do we have to do that?
Right.
This is a place where we cut into the wall.
Yeah, and that's where we're saying, well, we're
Yeah.
gonna patch, we're gonna make it look nice, but we're not necessarily painting the whole wall. But the carpet being in the situation it was, that full carpet line item is in there.
Well, and one thing that Dr. Bryson brought up in that meeting, which I thought was very astute. So we spent a lot of money this summer, and we're going to see none of it. None of it is visible, and as we go into this particular project, if we spend, $3.5 million on the heating and air, that's not really visible either. But this $800,000 is going to make someone walk in the room and be like, oh, wow, this looks great. So there is some intrinsic value to the fact that it will be visible.
Not to mention that we're going on almost 30 years of kids getting sick on that same floor.
Right.
Even if it wasn't deteriorating, which it is,
It's time.
Yeah, right, it's time, for sure. But we can't, I don't want to discredit that, because it really is true that, you know, at this point, you know, we'll be, if we do those things, we'll be pushing $10 million that we've spent, and we won't really have anything you can see. Well, this will be something that you can see. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really.
Thank you. It's
Great-
nice to see you
Great
again.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks for all of your hard work.
You bet.
Really, really do appreciate it.
Happy to be here.
You too, Randy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 11.04. I have a motion to approve the quote from John Klein Septic Service of Mount Joy, PA, in the amount of $7,500 for the replacement of 2 grease traps in the kitchen at Southern Middle School. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays
Aye.
or abstentions? Hearing none, moving on, motion passes. 11.05, I have a motion to approve the proposal with John Klein Septic Service for routine grease trap services for a fee of $1,302. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Is this a yearly cost? Is this a recurring yearly?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Is there a duration of the agreement, like 5 years, 2 years?
It's
This
an
is just for 1 year.
annual, it's for,
So it's annual?
work will be done this summer.
Okay.
But we don't have an ongoing, like, contract with them that we pay each year.
Right. That's it.
Okay, so it's the same bid every year?
We get proposal, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, certainly we could look into 3 or 5 year, but we look at the pricing and things and try to make sure, you know, we get good pricing, so.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on to 11.06. This is there for our information. Oh, no, this is other items of business, which there are none, and I have none. Back to you, President Henkel.
Thank you. All right, we'll turn it over to Mr. Hash for our transportation, health, and safety.
Thank you, President Hinkle. 12.01, the Student Transportation Report for April 2026. In the month of April, there were 4 stop arm violations. And that's about it at the moment. 12.02, other items of business, I have none. Back to you, President Hinkle.
All right. Moving on
That's how
to
you do it right there.
athletics and extracurricular. I'll turn it over to Mrs. Mary Lee Hall, who will not get through hers tonight.
No, she will not
I
do
know
that.
she won't.
Well, there's so many wonderful accomplishments. It's going to take a while to get through those,
Oh,
so
my.
you'll be just fine. All right, so I'm going to start off with the article from the May issue of Southern York Living. So there was a really nice article about the Susquehannock Lady Warriors basketball team, which I will pass around. And it's about Coach Fancher and their postseason run. And I just wanted to just read one of the final takeaways for it, which was just beautiful from Coach Fancher. He says, as the seniors move on and the underclassmen look toward next year, Fancher hopes the lessons from the court translates into real-world success. He knows that the specific plays won't stay with them forever, but the resilience will. Few will ever need to remember to weak side help off a ball side screen with a hard edge, but they will need to remember what it is like when things aren't going your way. Fancher says he emphasizes that while the wins are great, the real success is seeing his players pursue their next challenges with confidence. We love winning big games, we love playoff opportunities, but we love hearing from our graduates that they are doing big things in life. So there's much more in there to read, and there's some pictures to look at. But congratulations for the Lady Warriors. They fought hard, did a good job this year for the basketball team. And with that, I will move forward with the rest of the athletic report submitted by Mr. Blandon with a few additions that I added in, but not many. So we'll go as quickly as we can. So all the Warriors spring sports teams have wrapped up their regular seasons, and we have a few still competing at their postseasons. As of today, here is a summary of the current highlights from the season and postseason competitions of the varsity teams. Boys tennis. The Warrior boys tennis team finished the season with a league record of 4-3 in the York Adams Division II games and an overall record of 8-5, placing 11th in the PIAA District 3 2A Power Rankings. They qualified for the PIAA District 3 2A team tournament, where they lost to East Pennsboro on April 28th. The doubles team of Jacob Iwanowitz and Aiden Turk placed 4th in the York Adams doubles tournament, and Jacob Iwanowitz placed 3rd in the York Adams singles tournament. Girls lacrosse. The Warrior girls lacrosse team had a great run, finishing their regular season as York Adams champions and going 12-0 in the league. Their overall regular season record of 14-1 placed them 2nd in the PIAA District 3 2A Power Rankings, and they lost a close one in the York Adams Tournament Championship game May 12th to New Oxford, and finishing as the York Adams Tournament runner-up. They won their PIAA District Tournament Tuesday night this week against Kennerdale, 17-5 in the quarterfinals, advancing to the semifinal match, which was tonight, against third-seeded Misc. I did reach out to Mr. Blandon, but unfortunately I did not get an update. Dr. Bryson, did you maybe get a text from him?
Oh, I looked it up.
Oh, did you look it up? What is it?
I think 11 to 9.
Oh.
No, 11 to 6.
11 to 6.
Sadly.
I'm sure it was a hard-fought game. In addition, Lucy Black was nominated for Game Time PA Athlete of the Week, scoring 4 goals in the league championship game against New Oxford, including one last minute in the game to pull off a win for her team.
So, to add to that,
So tonight against Misc?
May 26th,
Uh-huh.
we will play here at 7 o'clock against Redland for 3rd place.
All right. Let's go. I think we should have a board section. Boys lacrosse. The Warrior boys lacrosse team had a competitive season overall, finishing with a 6-10 overall record and 5-8 in York Adams. They finished 13th in the final PIAA District 3 2A Power Ranking and 1 place from qualifying for the district tournament. Track and field. The Warrior High School boys and girls track and field teams have had a great season, with the girls teams finishing 4th, 3-3 record, and the boys team finishing 2nd, 4-2 record in the York Adams regular season. In addition, we had the following students athletes set new school records and advance to the PIAA District 3 meet PIAA state championships. So the new school records set this season were the girls discus, Maddie Marks, at 121 feet 1 inch, and 4 runners sprint 100 meters boys relay. That was Liam Friend, Patrick O'Brien, Nikolai Graham, and Nick Torregrossa. And then the boys pole vault, that's Patrick O'Brien, 15 feet 1 inch. And the athletes who qualified for the PIAA District 3 championships were Patrick O'Brien, Danny Badour, Jaden Bullshaws, Maddie Marks. Athletes who qualified for PIAA state championships on May 22nd, tonight, and the 23rd, actually tomorrow night, and the 23rd at Shippensburg University will be Maddie Marks. She throws discus. That will be on Saturday at 9 in the morning, and then Patrick O'Brien jumps tomorrow at 1:30. And for unified track and field, the Warriors unified track and field team finished their regular season in 4th place in the league and qualified for the championship meet on May 13th at York High School, where they finished 2nd place. And then for baseball, the Warriors baseball team finished their regular season in 4th place of the York Adams Division II standings with a league record of 6-6 and overall record of 7-13. And for softball, the Warriors softball team finished their regular season in 2nd place in the York Adams Division II standings with a league record of 9-3. Their overall record of 14-4 placed them 9th in the PIAA District 5A power rankings, and they advanced through the York Adams tournament to the championship game, where they lost a close one to Kennerdale to finish as tournament runner-up. On May 18th, they traveled to Lower Dolphin for the PIAA District 3 tournament opening round game, where they fell in another close one to end their season and postseason run this year. Ella Wetzel was also nominated for PA Game Time Athlete of the Week when she hit a home run and struck out 10 opponents in a league championship game against Kennerdale. A lot of Kennerdale in here. Boys volleyball. The Warrior boys volleyball team has shown continued improvement this season, finishing with a 4-9 record in the York Adams League play and 5-10 record overall. And then there's some further information that Mr. Blandon included, including some changes that are going to be coming up with interscholastic sports starting 2026-2027 school year. So YAIAA is moving to SCAC. So as we head into the summer, the York Adams Interscholastic Athletic Association, or YAIAA, name will be transitioning to the South Central Athletic Conference, SCAC, to reflect the expansion of the league into Franklin and Cumberland counties, with 3 new schools being added. So utilizing and promoting a promotion and relegation system, this will allow high-performing programs to experience stronger competition while affording building teams a more competitive balance. So I have some further information here if the board would like to review more details regarding competition and division alignments, with a grid here of all the schools that are going to be participating and what that looks like. And Mr. Blandon also, in your board report, put a couple links in there. So if you wanted to see those more closely on your own time, you certainly could. And with that, that concludes my report.
Can I add one thing, Mrs. Hall, please? The game that I referenced earlier for the girls lacrosse team, if they are successful in their 3rd place bid, they will go on to the PIAA state tournament.
Well, let's hope they are.
I'm not taking it back from you yet, though. We got one more item.
Yeah, I know. All right, so that takes us to 13.02, the T-Mobile Friday Night Lights Award application. So this is really incredible. I'm super excited about this, and thank you very much to Dr. Sterner and Mr. Blandon for looking out for this and applying for it. So I just want to give a little background for the public who may be listening later, because I think everyone's sleeping right now. But T-Mobile has been offering the Friday Night 5G Lights Award for the last 5 years and continues to expand the contest, providing funding to rural markets and their athletic programs. During the 2025 season, over 2,000 schools participated in the contest, with schools winning various prize amounts to improve their athletic programs. So the potential awards range from $5,000 to $1 million, all to be used to assist the school's athletic program. So this year, T-Mobile is increasing the 5K Fridays sweepstakes from 450 winning schools to 1,000, which increases the chances of more schools winning. At a minimum, if SYCSD were to win the $5,000 prize, the funds would be used to offset regular uniform and equipment updates in the athletic department. If the district was fortunate enough to win $25,000 or the grand prize, then the funds could be used for improvements and upgrades to athletic training facilities such as the stadium, fields, gyms, and weight rooms.
Or an end zone camera.
So there you go. So this is something great. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the administration to submit the T-Mobile Friday Night Lights Award application, please.
Second.
All right. That was pretty eager.
think
Any,
it's great.
any discussion?
I also think it's great.
It's
All right.
excellent. Thank you, T-Mobile.
Exactly. And for Dr. Starter and Mr. Blanding finding that and applying. So, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. No nays or abstentions. And hearing none, that motion passes. And 13.03, I have no other business. So back to you, President Henkel.
All right. That brings us to item 14, committee report, other business. I have none. Anyone else? Hearing none, moves us to 15.01, legislative council. Mr. Wilson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Henkel. Lots of stuff going on in Harrisburg. We talked about the big ones, cell phones going, both the Senate bill and the House bill. Both have ended up being committed to the Appropriations Committee for review. So we'll see what comes out of that. Other committee meetings that took place, Senate took up, put 3 bills out of committee. One for displaying the PA Constitution preamble in schools. The U.S. Constitution preamble display is another bill. And the third is a bill about requiring appraisals before school district real estate purchases. So we'll see what comes of those. House Education, they had informal hearings on AI and K-12 education and higher education, both. That was Pittsburgh Public Schools and Carnegie Mellon that participated in those hearings. They had a voting meeting on a, let's see, I think the biggest thing here is the CTE Curriculum Modernization Grant Program. So that, I believe, moved out. And also in May, they had an informal hearing on educator workforce challenges. The one thing that did get signed into law this month is Act 17. It's called Greg Moyer's Law. It requires AEDs at all PIAA athletic events and practices and emergency action plans. There was some limited, session activity was limited because of the primary election period going on at the same time. But there are some new referrals for home education updates to Senate Education. No new funding or broad policy overhauls have shown up this month. So that is what I've got. President Henkel.
Thank you. 15.0, York County School Technology.
A lot of similar discussions as to our maintenance are happening up at York Tech as well. They're trying to figure out the best way to address some of their infrastructure challenges, fire alarm systems, fire suppression systems, paving, that kind of thing. So JOC is taking a look at those and how to get those funded up there. Tomorrow is the last day for students at York Tech, so for them. And their graduation will be next Thursday.
Are you going?
I don't know if I could do Thursdays there, then Fridays here. 2 in a row might be a little much.
All right, brings us to 15.03. We've got LIU 12 report. Anything to report? Nothing to report. All right. 15.04, York Adams Tax Bureau.
Nothing to
Nothing to report. 15.05, Southern York County School District Foundation. Mrs. Hall.
Yes, all good things always. The foundation is such a pleasure to serve on. So the Southern York County School District Foundation hosted the Leadership Recognition Dinner funded by foundation members on May 7th, honoring donors nominated by the foundation board of directors for their service and generosity in support of the high school students at Susquehanna. Among those honored were Keller Brown Insurance, Eric and Karen Paulus, Roberta Tolman, and James and Ann Dibney, and Bruce and Deb Bauman. I'm sure you remember Bruce. When he left, he decided he was going to fund a scholarship. Great things. So thanks to the generosity of the community of donors, Through fundraisers, volunteering, and sponsoring scholarships, the foundation was able to award 89 students a total of 150 scholarships valuing over $182,000 for the class of 2026. And that just happened on May 13th. It was wonderful to be a part of it. It's a beautiful thing to see all those students so eagerly awaiting to hear their names being called, and then all of the donors coming out to give them. It's just a wonderful culmination to a year of work. So as a board member of the foundation and school director, I'm humbled and so very appreciative of the amazing community support we have here. Sending our students to higher education with a little something extra for their educational journey beyond high school. Definitely a gift. And our last event will be the Distinguished Alumni Dinner, funded by the Alumni Association and individual attendees. That'll be Friday, May 29th. Hopefully you all will be there. We'll be hosting the alumnus, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Schultz, a 2002 graduate who will provide a wonderfully motivating keynote speech to our graduating class. And after graduating from Susquehannock in 2002, he himself went on to earn a Bachelor of Science in Biology and a minor in professional writing from York College. He then joined the Marine Corps in 2007, and after completing Officer Candidate School and further training in Quantico and Johnson, North Carolina, his first assignment was with Combat Logistics Battalion 3 in Hawaii, where he deployed in support of several contingency and combat operations in the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command and U.S. Central Command. So I'm sure there'll be plenty to talk about during that dinner before he gives his keynote speech. And we are super grateful for Mr. Schultz to return to the district and encourage our graduating seniors at commencement this year. A lot of accomplishments, and I haven't even scratched the surface. That was just a little bit of information about him. Mr. Carrington might know a little bit more, being a part of the alumni that are bringing him to the district. And the foundation will meet again next year in September, right after the start of the year. So we are adjourned for the summer.
Thank you. 15.06, other items of business. I have none. Brings us to the Secretary's report. 16.01, the student activities report for April 2026 is attached for your information. 16.02, I'm pleased to announce a donation of $6,960.48 from the Giant Company through the Feeding Schools Kids Initiative. So, ooh, for that.
So if I could ask, where does that money go, Susan?
It does go into the cafeteria fund, and we work with Chartwell's on what's needed.
Thank you.
Thank you. 16.03, resignations and retirements. There is a list there for your information. 16.04, other items of business. I have none. 17.01, the home education, outside cyber charter, and LIU Lincoln Edge cyber program numbers are there for your information. 17.02, announcements by board president and superintendent. I have to announce that we had an executive session immediately prior to this meeting to discuss safety and security, as well as personnel issues. Did I miss anything?
Student discipline.
Student discipline, okay. All right, and student discipline. And the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education will be held on June 11th, 2026, right here at 7 p.m. Dr. Bryson.
I'll finish up by just saying, although he rightly got up and went home on time, big thank you to Caleb for all his volunteerism and working with the board over the past year. And also congratulations to all 224 soon-to-be graduates. Have a great night.
All right, brings us to item 18, new business. Anyone? Item 19, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any, all in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, we are adjourned.